Shammy. Dr. Kareem. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. The time is 9:04 a.m. on March 31st. If I could ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for the invocation by Pastor Lonnie Skiles from Big Valley Grace.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to read a short passage of Scripture. It's in Micah chapter 6. And this question is asked, with what shall I come to the Lord? And how myself before the Lord on high? And bow myself before the God on high? Shall I come to him with burnt offerings, with yearling calves? Does the Lord take delight in thousands of rams and 10,000 rivers of oil? Shall I present my firstborn for my rebellious acts, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He has told you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of us? But to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with our God. Let's pray. Father, I'm so grateful, Lord, that you are the King of kings, you are the Lord of lords, you are above all things, and all things, Lord, are in your hands. Every good thing flows from you, and we're so grateful, Father, for your provision in our community. We thank you for these men who are public servants that we have elected to represent us on critical issues. I thank you for their businesses, for the men and women that they influence as employers and as employees. I thank you, Lord, for the group that is here today, the many men and women are making sacrifices of time to be here. And all of these things, Lord, we recognize and see your handprint, and we say, Lord, thank you. Thank you for your goodness. Thank you for being the shepherd of our lives. Thank you that you have plans for us, not for calamity, but for a future and a hope. We're grateful, Lord, that when we seek you, we will find you. I'm grateful that you are near. So, Lord, we give you praise for this day. I ask, Lord, you give these men wisdom at the matters at hand. Would you help them to lead carefully and to serve well, not themselves, but for this community. Thank you for the peace of our community and our county. And Lord, we pray your richest blessing upon it. Lord, help us to seek you with all of our hearts. Thank you for this season. And it's remembrance that you are the King of kings, Lord of lords, who's coming again. And we bless you and thank you in your precious name, Jesus. Amen. Amen. And Lord bless you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Okay, today we have two presentations. The first presentation will be by Carmen Morad, and it's declaring Assyrian Heritage Month in Stanislaus County. Welcome, Carmen.
Good morning, Chairman Keza, Supervisors, CEO Jody Hayes, County Council, and Madam Clerk. My name is Carmen Morad, and I am honored to present today in recognition of the Assyrian Heritage Month in Stanislaus County, April 2026. I would like to recognize and welcome leaders of the Assyrian community, including members of the clergy and representatives from the following organizations: the Assyrian Wellness Collaborative, the Assyrian National Council of Stanislaus County, the Assyrian Aid Society of America Central Valley Chapter, and Vote Assyrian. We also have a very special guest visiting us all the way from University of Salamanca in Spain. Dr. Ephraim Yildiz is professor and founder of the Nineveh Academic Chair at the University of Salamanca. Welcome, Dr. Yildiz. As we celebrate the Assyrian New Year 6776, we affirm the importance of heritage, culture, and service in our community. We remember and are inspired by the late Supervisor Josh Paul, who served honorably and represented District 2 on this board. We also remember the late Paul Warda, who served on the Modesto Irrigation District and was a visionary leader. But last but not least, we remember and honor the late Hank Adams, a World War II bombardier and the son of the late Reverend Dr. Isaac Adams. Today, the Assyrian community continues to be inspired by leaders such as the former City of Turlock Chief of Police Nino Amirfar and Lazar Piro of the UC Merced Board of Directors. It is my distinct privilege to recognize the following individuals for their outstanding contributions and excellence in public service, philanthropy, entrepreneurship, and education. I will call your names. Please come up. John Lazar, Marian Cannon, Alice Ishu Pollard, John Malik Ismail, and Francis Sargis, who is not here today. I will briefly read some of the highlights, and believe me, it's brief. There's so much that they have done. John Lazar served as mayor of the city of Turlock from 2006 to 2014 and previously served 4 terms on the Turlock City Council from 1992 to 2006. He has served on numerous boards and commissions and remains an active member of the community through his service with the Turlock Historical Society and the Rotary Club of Turlock since 1985. Marian Cannon is the president and CEO of the Stanislaus Community Foundation. A first-generation Assyrian American born in Iraq, Marian immigrated with her family to Canada at age 7 and later moved to the United States as a high school student. After completing her education, she joined the Stanislaus Community Foundation as CEO in the late 2012. Since that time, the organization has invested over $63 million in local nonprofits and more than $3.4 million in scholarships for students. During Marian's tenure, the foundation has quadrupled its assets under management and tripled its grant making. The foundation continues to lead initiatives supporting education, economic opportunity, and civic engagement. In 2015, Marian was named Outstanding Woman of Stanislaus County. In 2017, she was named Distinguished Alumna of the Year by Modesto Junior College. In 2018, she received the Modesto Chamber of Commerce Distinguished Service Award. In 2012, she received the Champion of the American Dream Award from Stanislaus State University. Alice Ishu Pollard was born in Turlock and graduated from Turlock High School and Stanislaus State University with a bachelor's degree in political science. She taught government, economics, U.S. history, and student government at Turlock High until 2000, when she was promoted to assistant principal in charge of student activities and curriculum. In 2008, she became principal of the Career Technical Education for all secondary schools in the Turlock Unified School District, while also serving as principal of the largest adult education program in the county. In 2013, Alice was elected to the Stanislaus County Board of Education, where she currently serves as chair. John Malik Ismail is a respected Assyrian community leader and business owner who has contributed greatly to the vitality of Stanislaus County. He serves on the Stanislaus County Economic Development Board, where he contributes his experience and leadership to initiatives that support business growth, job creation, and economic opportunity throughout the county. Throughout his career, John has been recognized for his support of educational initiatives, Assyrian cultural preservation, and community development. In recognition of his family's contributions to education and heritage, California State University Stanislaus honored the Ismail family by naming the Malik Yaakov Malik Ismail section of the university library after John's grandfather. Last but not least, we proudly recognize Francis Sargis for his outstanding leadership, scholarship, and lifelong commitment to preserving and promoting the history, culture, and identity of the Assyrian people. Throughout his generosity and vision, he helped establish the Francis Sargis Modern Assyrian Heritage Collection at Stanislaus State University, creating an enduring academic resource dedicated to documenting the modern Assyrian experience for future generations. Accepting on his behalf are Dr. Aaron Hughes, Dr. Jim Tudio, Dr. Ron Rodriguez, and Mary Wepler. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you to the honorees for your contributions, and happy Assyrian New Year, Rishitochum Brachta.
So we're going to do one by one. Come on up here, Mary. Right here. So everyone just heard how the Community Foundation has grown under Ms. Cannon's leadership, but it doesn't tell you the whole story when you talk about Stanislaus 2030, which is our lead economic development. We put ARPA money into it. It was kind of an idea. She was one of the people who hatched the idea through Fresno Drive, who had done something different, and she asked the question, if we had $1 billion tomorrow, if someone gave us $1 billion, how do we spend that money to make our community better? And it's really taken the county, along with the foundation, but it's taken us down a path to really lift people up in this community, and she's been largely responsible for that. She could talk you out of your shoes. She's got that gift for sure, but charm for sure. But so much appreciate, and when Carmen and I were talking about, or she had the idea of honoring local Assyrians, there are so many, and it was a very difficult process to decide how we were going to do it, or how she was going to do it this year. But again, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and so I'm going to give you each your certificate, and then we're all going to stay up here as I read the proclamation. And I'm not sure where it is. Could you? Is it? Should have been more organized. There we go. So again, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, again, you've done so much for the Assyrian community, but you've really done so much for the community as a whole, and I think that's where you really stand out. Congratulations. All right. Okay. Come on, John. So John Lazar, everyone knows he was the mayor of Turlock, that he runs a successful real estate business with his wife. Can you imagine working day in and day out with your wife? He does it. That's for sure. But that's not, again, he cut his teeth on the council and then as mayor. And when I just became a Board of Supervisor member, I leaned on John, and he's been truly instrumental in my success, showing me what it means to be an ombudsman for the community. He's completely ingratiated himself not only within the community of Turlock, but he used to work for a congressman, and where he got his start. So, but he's been really helpful for me, trying to get through to the Turlock community, because it's not always easy when you're jumping around to Waterford, Houston, and LaGrange, and Denair. And he was, I can't say more than, you've just been the most wonderful person to me your entire life. And it's the truth, for sure. And I appreciate it. Again, you've done more than just for the Assyrian community. You've helped the whole community excel in everything they do, and I so much appreciate you. Congratulations. Alice. So Alice and I are shirt-tail relatives. You wouldn't know that since I'm Italian and she's Assyrian, but she was once married to a Martella. Bruce had passed away some years ago. My brother's married to a Martella, so that's the shirt-tail relative. And then her now husband, Dale Pollard, who's right there. I used to give him rides home from Cal Poly so he could come meet his friend. So it was totally awesome. Alice has been really, actually, she spent so much time in Houston that I thought she was Italian, I think the first time I ever met her, and it's close. But she stepped up at the community college level and has been just a North Star, true North Star. I know I use that term so often, but there's people I look at and I listen to when they speak. It's time for me to be quiet and figure out what I'm missing if I have a different opinion. Very opinionated, which I love. That is, you've got the beautiful daughter, Annalise, who is traveling the world like my kids. She should be here with us, right? I say that. But Alice, thank you so much for all you do for the community. You are wonderful, and I love you. John. So could anyone see my little name tag up there?
Yeah.
That was from last night, and it has my name in Assyrian, and then
Cuneiform.
Cuneiform, which is the old pre-10,000 years ago, and on scribes that they use the language, and my name also in cuneiform, which was amazing. So last night we had a dinner over at John's house where they're trying to collaborate. Again, you've heard the collaboration with Ephraim, and to get into the schools as a language program at Pittman High School, and scholarships and other things. And it was about a 10-course meal. I said I went for a walk this morning, and I'm still hazy. And I'm not sure I drank, but it was such good food that I kept eating. But a business leader, so you've got people who've been in elected office, and now you have a business leader who puts his money where his mouth is to continue to keep people focused on Assyrian culture, which is truly amazing. I have said to Carmen many times, the Assyrian people are the most proud people I've ever met in my entire life. But when you don't have a country and you're constantly being persecuted, you tend to get together, whereas my dad immigrated here. He just didn't want to be in Italy anymore, and he came to America. So it's a different mindset, and they continue, truly to this day, they continue to push the culture, the dance, the music, the traditional, making sure that the younger generation speaks the language. And I'm always in awe that if it wasn't for people like John really pushing behind the scenes, I'm not sure that would continue as people become more Americanized, for lack of a better word. So, John, on behalf of the board, you're a good man, and I appreciate you, for sure. Let me get you. This is for Francis, who couldn't be here today. Who do we got here?
This is Ari.
Hey, Ari, how you doing? All right. Say that again. What was that?
Good.
All right. So cool. And Jim is here to represent. We were together last night, too. Again, do you have the same haze I have? It was fantastic. But Francis has done so much. And I'm sorry he couldn't be here. He's a little under the weather to say it. You can say something more if you'd like. But it was great last night. Stanislaus, CSU Stan, has been such a good partner in everything they do with the Assyrian community. It's really amazing. You have a couple of department heads here for a reason, because they realize how important this is to the community, especially down in the Turlock area, which is about the first or second highest concentration of Assyrian population in the United States. And so I'm lucky enough to represent. So that's why my love. So on behalf of the board, again, this is just, I'm proud as heck. And I'm sorry Francis couldn't be here today, but please accept this on his behalf. Appreciate it. Okay, now I'm going to quickly go over, since I'm probably over my time. Come on up here, Carmen. And then, Carmen, nothing happens. Everyone knows Betty Bell Smith, or knew Betty Bell Smith. This is the Betty Bell Smith of the Assyrian community. When she asks, I answer, right? Whatever it is. So she got the heartbeat. Okay, the proclamation. Maybe I should read the actual proclamation. Oh, wear them glasses when you need them. Whereas they're up there. Whereas today, Assyrians and descendants of the indigenous people of Mesopotamia in a region in the Middle East between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, encompassing parts of the present-day Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and Iran, whereas the Assyrian identify as Assyrian, they remained united in a shared Mesopotamian ancestry, and whereas some major events in ancient Mesopotamia include the rise of the world's first empire and the development of city-states, the inventions of writing and the wheel, the world's first library established by King
Ashurbanipal.
and the first recorded legal code enacted by
Hammurabi.
You see, I would sound it out if I could actually read it. Again, Hammurabi. Mesopotamia is often described as the cradle of mankind because it is one of the places where civilization began. So remember, this is 6776 year, 6,776 years. So we're 250 here in the United States, which means we were born about 3 minutes ago in Assyrian parlance. Whereas educating the community about Assyrian heritage is vital to preserving and passing on Assyrian heritage, language, and culture to future generations, and whereas Stanislaus County is home to a large and active Assyrian community, it is home to several Assyrian American clubs, churches, entrepreneurs, community members, media platforms, and students pursuing higher education. So I'm gonna stop right there, because if I keep reading, I'm gonna be in trouble. So therefore, be it resolved that Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims April 2026 as Assyrian Heritage Month in honor of the Assyrian community in recognition of Assyrians' New Year 6776. The board extends the best wishes to a joyful and prosperous new year. Thank you so much. We're gonna take a picture.
Thank you.
Dr. Upland, please join us for prosperity. And anyone who would like to join us as a community picture, please come up. Yes, we need the whole. Sorry.
Sometimes we open those things up and have them stand in here. You can ask them how to do it. Peter, what do you like to take? You don't want to put them in here? You don't want to put them in here?
Let's come this way.
We all?
Bringing my glasses down for the next one. Okay. Board members, back to the desk. Okay, our next presentation is going to be proclaiming April 2026 as Volunteer Month in Stanislaus County. And Jeff Pishney with Love Stanislaus County will be presenting.
So, April is Volunteer Appreciation Month. And so we are here to appreciate the many, many thousands of volunteers in our community, in our county, that help make this community a better place. Without volunteers, we'd be in big trouble, wouldn't we? I mean, and all of our cities contribute so much to give back. So, Love Stanislaus County was birthed out of this vision to inspire and mobilize a volunteer force in our community. And it was during that 2007 year, do you guys remember then? 2007? Those are tough days. Those are recession days. And those were not a lot of, there wasn't a lot of hope and a lot of challenges. I remember home foreclosures and just crime and whatever. So out of that time, I remember being in these conversations with maybe not you particularly, but those that are in your chairs back then that were like, man, we can complain about what we're doing. We can just come up with ideas, or we can do something about it. And we're the kind of doing something about it kind of people. And so I remember around that time, we go, hey, let's just go to our local park. It was Kewen Park, not too far from here. And let's beautify that park. It was a mess. And let's try to bless people that come walk through or even are sleeping nearby and encourage them with some water and snacks and get in conversation. And we thought we were there to help them, but you know what happened? They helped us. You know, and sometimes we think that, man, people need us. No, we need more of them than maybe they need us. And so from there, we're like, hey, we should do this again. We should invite others to come on board. And little by little, it kind of grew, and then we came up with this idea of, let's call this thing something, and let's have a big day. Let's just try to get as many people out. Let's have 8 projects. Let's volunteer with Habitat for Humanity. Let's go to retirement homes. Let's beautify local parks, and let's see if people will come out. We're hoping for 100 people to come. This was in 2009, in March, late March of 2009. Last time done in March because of the rain. April's better, by the way. Better weather here. We're hoping for 100 people to show up, and over 1,200 people came. People in our community want to give back. We just got to make it easy for them to get involved and make it fun. I think that's been our secret sauce, is making it fun and making it easy to sign up, making it easy to give them options where their interests are, where they can give back. We did it again. More people came. And then what was interesting was people from cities in our county was like, hey, can we do this too? I remember this cranky lady from Ceres. Anybody from Ceres here? Go Ceres. And she was like, man, I don't want to put that Love Modesto thing in my yard. I live in Ceres. I have pride in Ceres, my hometown. I want to do a Love Ceres. Can we do that? Never thought about it, but like, yeah, let's do it. So year 3, we had Love Ceres, Love Riverbank, and Love Escalon from cities that came. Year 4, more and more cities came. Year 5, more and more cities came. And then we start dreaming about, it's not just about a volunteer day. What are the other needs in our community? When we talked about, talking about love our kids and working with our county and our social services and love our neighbors and love our seniors, love our schools. So it's more than just a volunteer one-time off experience. That doesn't solve everything, does it? One day does not solve it, but it's a great way to start. It's a great way to get someone off maybe the couch on that Saturday that wouldn't go out, but I'll come out for one day. And when you go out for one day, you're like, man, I need to do this more often. This is good for me. This is good for my family. This is good for our community. So the one day is not the end goal. It's just the beginning of ongoing continual pride and involvement and love for where we live. Love where you live. And so coming up here in just 3 weeks, April 25, is love. You name your city in our county, 15 cities in our county and towns, almost every city and any size of town in our city is loving their community on April 25, except Patterson's the week before because they got a big event on April 25. And so I want to invite you and everyone listening, go to your city, love whatever your city name is, .com, or just go to lovestanislauscounty.org. You'll see all the cities going on. And not only you volunteer, but inspire your neighbors, your coworkers, people maybe in your congregation or whoever you're with. Let's volunteer together. Let's be that kind of community that cares about each other, that loves each other, and that gives back. And again, we made it easy for you to sign up, and it's going to be super fun on that day as well. So let's appreciate the thousand. Last year we had over 7,000 volunteers that came out, and I'm hoping this year we have more. And so let's appreciate all the volunteers in our community that not just come out on that day, but come out all year round to make this community the best place it can be. So thank you so much.
There's a saying, judge a leader by his followers, and you have 7,000 followers, so I'd say you're doing a darn good job of being a leader in the community. And I think back around 2014 or 15, I highlighted the Love Modesto and yourself at the State of the County address because volunteerism shouldn't be unique, right? It shouldn't be a unique deal, but someone getting people together to do projects and having it be easy, like you talked about, or easier for people to complete something on a volunteer basis is all because of you. And again, you started it, you were the impetus, and it has been so successful ever since. So congratulations. So I got my glasses today. So the proclamation of April 2026 is Stanislaus County Volunteer Month in conjunction with the National Volunteer Month. Whereas in 1991, George H.W. Bush launched the 1,000 Points of Light campaign and established April as National Volunteer Month. Whereas over the past few years, we have seen that our community spirit and commitment to serving is thriving. This commitment to serving others illustrates the best of who we are as a community. And whereas during National Volunteer Month, we recognize the contributions that our county's volunteers make every day and encourage all residents to give back and to make a difference in the community. And whereas the commitment to service reflects our understanding that we best meet our challenges when we join together. When we step forward to serve, it strengthens our sense of community. By helping others, volunteers also help themselves. They develop valuable skills, create a meaningful connection with their communities and service organizations, and experience the joy of contributing to an important cause. Volunteering can provide a pathway to employment, education, and other career-building opportunities. Whereas by working together with nonprofits, community organizations, and the private sector, we can make our community stronger, more successful, and flourishing. And whereas Love Stanislaus County has been instrumental in spearheading volunteerism locally, leading the charge through its annual April events that unite residents, businesses, and organizations in meaningful acts of service. Those events beautify neighborhoods, support local nonprofits, and foster a spirit of unity and compassion that exemplifies the purpose of National Volunteer Month. And whereas during National Volunteer Month, we celebrate those who volunteer and encourage more to follow that path. Everyone can have an impact through service. Therefore, be it resolved that the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2026 as Stanislaus County Volunteer Month in conjunction with the National Volunteer Month that encourages all residents to join others in our community to volunteer and serve on behalf of the Board of Supervisors on this day. And thank you so much, Jeff. Take it. Come on up. Volunteers, come on up.
So we got Gabby's our Love Our Neighbors Director, and David is our Love Our Schools Director, and Greg Arona is our Board Chair, and Jen Vildago is our Board Secretary.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 4, the public comment period. Acknowledge any written comments, which we don't have any. Open public comment period is the time for those in attendance to speak on items not already on today's posted agenda. Please state your name for the record. Direct all comments towards the dais. And so it's fair for every speaker. Please keep your comments limited to 5 minutes. Our first public comment is going to be Brian Evett. Good morning, Brian.
Brian Evett. How you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Everybody happy? Hey, that was pretty cool. Well, in the old days, we had that same thing in our fire departments. We used to get together and get all the kids from the high school and get them together, and then we'd have like a barbecue and hot dogs and stuff. And then they'd go out and they'd clean up the neighborhoods and the streets and everything. It was kind of cool, but we don't seem to see that much these days. Maybe that is a good change. Maybe we should start thinking about that and get our fire department in, get them involved. But I'm not really here for that today. Today I'm here for our $128 million that we're going to spend on an overpass on Beckwith, right? And I just want to see that that overpass gets finished. It's about 40 years behind as it is, you know, since they built them all, maybe a little longer than that. But I want to see them attach the Salida Boulevard, which used to be the old Golden State, and tie it into that overpass. And then the same with Finch Road on the end of North. It needs to be tied in, so that way it can curve over, and we have plans later on that we could cut over to the 132 bypass if we bring it that way. So I'd like to see that happen since we got $128 million and we're planning that right now. Second of all is the city of Salida. It needs to be a general law city. It should have been a general law city already. And you guys got to work together to try to get this passed, because it's a growing little city. It's a diamond in the rough. It's a little gold mine for this county. And if you guys could see it, give them their 2-mile sphere of city and let them go. And second of all, the opium crisis. Now, we kind of created that in ourselves because we don't police our doctors, and we had open things and people write in prescriptions, everything, and now we're going to spend $53 million here. And it just seems kind of ridiculous when we should be policing the problem, and that's where it comes from, how these people get their prescriptions. And those doctors are the ones that need to turn around and be policed. And if we don't start doing that through our hospitals, we're just going to have more of them, especially since the cancer rate is raised so highly in this area. Now we're spending $400 million on Memorial. We've got another $400 million that they're spending all on these cancer things, because we do have a problem. But we can't give them opium, and we can't keep on doing it and creating generations of it, because they generate $6,000. We have 2 prescriptions per residence, not counting that we have 6 of those 10, 6 out of 10 is fentanyl that's running around here. So we really didn't decrease the amount of prescriptions that we had, because we were at 578,000. We said we lowered them down. We gave the older people Treminol. Great. They lost their minds and they wound up in hospice. Well, we gave money hospice. Houston's going to become a general law city because they have hospice there. But in our country, we've found that hospice has been a lot of the fraud. We got to stop this too, because this just gets to be wild spending, and we just find ourselves going in a circle. So let's figure out how we're going to police the drug use, how we police the prescriptions, and how we monitor what they do. I mean, if there's the hospitals have been one man on a cancer turned around and bulked Medi-Cal and Medicare out of $500 million. And you think that we're opening these units on all these hospitals, 400 million here, 500 million here, 200 million over here at doctors, even though doctors is a D rating for a hospital, and that's probably where most of them come from. But we got to take control of this and our control of our money that we're spending, because these are the taxpayers' money. It doesn't matter if it's funded by grants. That grant money still comes from the taxpayers, which is us. I know I spend $10,000 a year in taxes, property tax alone. Oh, I might see 2% of it, and as every other property owner around here, that's about all we get out of the total budget to protect our streets, to protect us. It all winds up going everywhere else. Let's put it back to the community that's building this community, the ones that live in these houses, the ones that support us. You know, we can't just keep on spreading this money out, boom, boom, till there is nothing, and we're always in a constant deficit. Let's structure it and build smart. The whole thing, we have to build smart and we have to build fast to keep up with it. And smart's going to keep us under control, and it's going to make things right. But if we just let everybody go wild, well, this is what we got happening right now. And then the money just gets spent, and we don't really see any progress. And the progress is, if we stop the drugs, we'll stop the homeless, we'll stop all that money that's being fed out. Because it's ridiculous to spend $120 a square foot to put one person in per month. $120. My time's up. But thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Maybe
Brian.
I got something through.
Carolyn Newman's up next. It will be followed by Wanda Newbert. Morning, Carolyn.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Newman, and I was on the 2024-2025 Civil Grand Jury last year. And it is my regret to let you know that one of my fellow jurors, Ernie Garcia, has passed away last week. He was also on the jury this year, but dropped out due to ill health. He was an attorney and then found a love for teaching and became an educator. He had this quiet, peaceful, sweet, loving demeanor. It was hard to feel bad because you always had him in your corner in any room. Working with him was a pleasure. 1 year was not enough. And his services for him will be at the Universal Unitarian Church in Stockton this Friday. And I can't overstate what a wonderful impact he's had on the communities that he's been a part of, especially here in Modesto and Stanislaus County. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Carolyn. Okay, next up is Wanda Newbert.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I have a problem with my zip code. I am on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and my son is on both. We get money on our food cards, but this ad that's going around that says all Californians, all senior citizens get this food allowance card. Because of my zip code, we don't qualify for any of this. What is wrong with my zip code? We live in the county outside the city limits in the county. So is it because I live in the county? I don't live in the city limits? And when I talk to these guys on the phone, I've called them about 6 times, and they all say, well, you don't qualify. And I found out that San Joaquin County is the same way because of their zip code. What is wrong with my zip code? How come I can't qualify? I don't understand.
Good morning. Thank you for being here and sharing your story with us. I think we're going to need to learn a little bit more information about your particular issue. So if you wouldn't mind stopping at that table in the back on your way out, and we'll collect a little more information from you, and then we'll have somebody contact you to share, I think, whatever information would be available to make sure that you're fully understanding how these benefits work in our community particularly, and whether or not there's anything we can do to support increasing those benefits for you.
Okay, because he eats constantly. He was born with this thing where he eats constantly, and then by the end of the month, by the middle of the month, we run out of food. So I just want to know what's wrong with my zip code. Okay.
Christine, the gal in the green sweater. Right
Okay.
there.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Straight to that. Okay, anyone else for public comment? Oh, yeah, okay. So now I'm going to call you in order because I have lots of speaker cards. And so the next person can get up on deck. I'll call a person up, and the next person can be right behind him. Jeff Salgado will be first up, and Jasmine Thomas will be next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jeff Salgado, and I've been a part of this community for most of my life since I was a baby. And I love Modesto, and I know Modesto loves its people. And I went through a breakdown a couple years back, and I found myself with mental health disorder, and so I went to the streets, and I became a product of the streets. That, like the brother said, sleeping in the alleys, sleeping in the parks, homeless, not because of anything else that I didn't have no opportunity. I didn't have no place. The gospel mission couldn't understand me and what I was going through. The shelters didn't want to deal with me. So I was able to get a hold of BH&RS, and through them I was blessed to be a part of Legacy Alliance. And with Legacy Alliance, I have now found that I am worth to be a part of this community, and I could help this community, and I could reach out to those that are struggling and going through the same things I am. That way we could, like you said, better our community and bring our people back out of these streets and help them. And Legacy Alliance has helped me just have a big transformation in my life. You know, I'm so thankful for them, and I want to know why they're being attacked, why they ain't being supported by our community when they are reaching out. I know a lot of people that have went through there, have homes now, are out of drugs, are not in, you know what I mean, are not on the streets no more. And it's because of them that I feel we should support this Legacy Alliance in our community, because it gives me the opportunity to reach back out there and pull other people back out, you know, and have them become a part of community. I just feel that it's very important to me in seeking a place to understand me. You know, I've been lost and I've been found now through Legacy Alliance, that I do matter as a man, that I've been a part of this community all my life. And now I believe, because of this program and Mike Bowen made it come true. He helped me to understand not just my mental health disability and how I can take control of it, but other parts of my life, and how I could become a part of this community and better serve our community. And no matter what, with this county support and helping him to help us, it really matters. It really truly matters. You know, I got sons and I got daughters, and I want to be a part of their lives, and I want to show them what they could do in our community. And I'm just hoping that you guys take the time to realize that Legacy Alliance is helping people. Even though they're a nonprofit organization, even though they're not receiving any money from the county or they're not being funded, they're still reaching out to us and they're still helping us, you know. And I feel that one day, you know, I'll be able to reach down and pick up another kid. I'll reach down and pick up another part of our community, you know, through this. And with them support, I'll succeed and have a better life and become a part, you know, of this community. That I feel the person that has been through prison, I've been through all these things in my life because I have not been given the opportunity, like Legacy Alliance has now helped me to find a home, to understand my addictions, to overcome them. And I feel I have a future and a dream and goals with them behind me. And I just ask that you guys reach down in your heart with understanding, with God, with true wisdom, you know, and see a way that we could bring this to a prosperity, you know, and I thank you guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Next up, Jasmine Thomas, and Martin Juan will be next. And Martin, if I could have you come over to the the edge.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just have something that I wrote for you guys. I'm also speaking on behalf of Legacy Alliance. My name is Jasmine. I am a survivor of domestic violence. Because of what I went through, I became homeless and fell into addiction. When many doors closed on me, Legacy Alliance opened theirs. This program hasn't just given me a place to stay, it has given me support, safety, and a chance to rebuild my life. This program has also helped me reunify with my son Samuel. Through Legacy Alliance, I've started to heal, understand myself, and move in a positive direction. This program has given me help when I had none. So the question that I will leave with you guys today is, if something is truly helping people survive and heal and change our lives, why would you take that away? Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Martin Juan, followed by Joseph Slane.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is Martin Juan. I'm currently a client at Legacy Alliance Outreach. Like to go over a little bit about myself first. In June of 2025, after successfully completing Nirvana drug and alcohol treatment, I was denied housing on medical grounds of medical ineligibility while I was attending truck driving school. After exploring every option available through services, including Stanislaus County Probation, the Department of Behavioral Health, and various other sober living environments, I was told homelessness was my only option. I was referred to Legacy Alliance by a schoolmate that was also a client. And after an assessment, I was given the opportunity to finish school and maintain my sobriety. As a formerly incarcerated individual and heavy former drug user, I wouldn't have been able to maintain my sobriety and successfully get my Class A license and re-enter society and be given the chance and place necessary to achieve those goals. Stanislaus County could not provide the solution necessary to meet my needs. My options were limited to either homelessness or going back to treatment and starting all over from scratch, which would have caused me to lose my ability to get my Class A license. My question I would like to pose to you is that if there are no available options for an individual in my situation, why would there be any question of availability on a resource like Legacy Alliance? Without them, I would most likely be another statistic of recidivism as well as homelessness and addiction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Next up is Joseph Slane, followed by Wesley Bluford.
Hello, my name is Joseph. Excuse me, this is kind of new to me. I'm a little nervous, but I feel a little underdressed. I am also a representative of Legacy Alliance. I'm a client there. Give a little background. I've been a part of this community like my brothers and sisters for quite a while. You know, I've grew up here between Ceres, Turlock, Houston. I've worked in the culinary industry out here for over a decade, you know, and I became homeless at the age of 14, you know, so I mean, I've gone a big portion of my life running around out here, you know, just struggling to survive. And I know how the resources are they're there, but they're very scarce out here, you know, and just recently I did 9 months in another program, you know, and that kind of fell through, and then I went back to the streets, you know, and then from there, I was lost, you know. I thought I could do it, and I was like, I'm gonna get a job, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, but then, you know, the temptations got real, you know, I started using again, and I found Legacy Alliance, you know, and they opened me with welcome arms, you know, and let's see, these past 3 or 4 weeks that I've been here, you know, it's I've done more than I've done in the 9 months of the other programs that I've been in. You know, they have helped me become who I am, or discover, you know, more of myself, and become showing me, basically giving more clarity, you know, of my life. But you know, being out here, I have seen I have lost friends, to incarceration, to overdose, to suicide, and it's because of our lack of resources. We need programs like Legacy Alliance that will help, regardless of your situation, regardless of who you are. I've seen a lot of, how do you say it, distaste in our community out here. And, we have people out here that are very talented, very good people, and they're not getting the help that they need, So why is there such a hatred for our homeless community? We need more resources like Legacy Alliance to help these people get to better their lives and become the people that they need to be, Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Wesley Bluford, and then followed by Anthony Valdez. Morning, Wesley.
Good day, everyone. My name is Wesley Bluford. I'm a representative of Legacy Alliance Outreach. And my question to you guys is, why try to destroy a program that works, that's helping people in this community, that's helped me with my anger problems, that's helped me with my addiction, gave me a job, even gave me the opportunity to meet a few of you guys that we supported in the beginning. And now I don't have a job anymore, so I have to go on unemployment because you took that position away from me, even though I still volunteer because I'm a supporter of something that's giving me a purpose, making me a better person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wesley. Next up is Anthony Valdez, followed by Luis Perez.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm also a product of Legacy Alliance, so the main thing, I came from the streets too. I had no sense of direction. I was homeless until I ran into Legacy Alliance, and they reached out to me to help me. Now I have a place to stay. I'm looking at other things and getting jobs, things to look forward to. It gave me a sense of direction now. So for that, I'm grateful for Legacy Alliance. And all I'm asking that you guys continue Legacy Alliance, for it is helping people. You can see it as me, I'm a product of it. And if it wasn't for Legacy Alliance, I would still be on the streets today. So I just ask that you guys open up and see Legacy Alliance for what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. So Luis Perez, followed by Teresa Blackwood.
My name is Luis. I'm a client at Legacy Alliance Outreach and Recovery Program. I've been through a lot in my life since a youngster, all the way up to my age now, to 25. Having been through stuff like that, I never had direction in my life, no place to go. Now that I have this program in my life, I have a place to live. I have something to do with my time. I mentor youth, and we teach the youth certain qualifications to be able to navigate through life and through hard times, especially the at-risk youth. And there was a time when we weren't able to do that, and it was really rough for the program. What I got to say about that is that's unfair, because the people who need the program like this, or any sort of situation that they need help, where are they supposed to turn to? They can't turn to somebody who's down in the dumps below them. You know what I mean? We need a helping hand from someone that's up there. We can't help each other if we don't want to help each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teresa Blackwood, followed by Clifton Williams.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Blackwood, and I am a volunteer at Legacy Alliance Outreach. I had come from nothing, and now I have my life back. I am stable in every aspect of my life, and I am sure you don't care nothing about that, because if you did, you wouldn't listen to hearsay. I also wanted to share that Michael Baldwin is the founder, not the owner, of Legacy Alliance Outreach. I have watched people try to tarnish his name and his character. He is like a father to me and many others. We will continue to serve the men and women in our community with or without the help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Clifton Williams, followed by Vincent. Hoheisel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've been in Stanislaus County all my life, and I know that this county helps people. It's obvious that you guys make a lot of resources available for all of us. Anybody that's homeless, you can get food. If you need somewhere to go, you guys provide shelter. Now, a lot of people are gonna convince you guys that programs work, but you're not on this side. They're gonna tell you that this program's working. It ain't working, they just wanna fill the bed. We need to be in programs that really transforms lives, where people really change. How are you going to change the community, or how is the community going to get better if the person doesn't get better? If you send me to a program where I'm not recovering because you want to fill the bed, how does that help the community? How does that help my family? You see, this program works, and lies only become the truth when a person chooses to believe them. If I say something to you or I tell you something, it's very important to truly investigate. But when you're on this side and you're going through the things that we've been through, I've been in prison 30 years of my life. Stanislaus County has not been able to rehabilitate me. Prison has not been able to rehabilitate me. I'm on probation and parole, and I've been on probation and parole since I've been 13. I am actually thriving in the community. People that I know in the community, thousands, ask me, how do you do it? I tell them the truth, through Legacy Alliance. And that's just the truth. You guys can put forth all the money you want to towards programs that you think are working, but I'm telling you from this side, they ain't working. Because the people in that program, they want to fill that bed. And they're worried about one thing and one thing only, the program thriving, not people thriving. Legacy Alliance wants people to thrive. Because if you change, you can go and fix the parks, you can go fix the communities. That's just throwing a rug over it. You got to change the people. I can go anywhere I want in the world and think that I'm going to change, but everywhere I go, there I am. Change the people. And this program changes people's lives. The ones that you think can't change, Legacy Alliance is giving them the opportunity, and we're changing for the better of a community. Just look into it. It doesn't matter what the system says. Because we sit in the courthouses, you got BHRS, behavioral health, you got all these things telling you guys are the board, that these programs work. No, they don't. They're trying to get out of those programs to get in these programs. I promise you that. And every time somebody asks me about a program, how did you do it, Clifton? I'm going to tell them the truth. Legacy Alliance. Really, 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 if the community is going to change, if you guys are really going to help people, do it towards a program that works. Don't waste your time and money listening to people who don't have addictions, who never been there. Listen to the people who've been there. Take the time to really, really, really focus on programs that work. Right now, we know Legacy Alliance work. Before there was an incident, it was the biggest program in Modesto. So we know it works. Why take away something that works? When you shoot one person down, you're shooting all of us. Nobody thought about that. You know what, we're going to target this guy right over here, but who cares about the casualties? So then you just push us all back to the streets, knocking us all back down in our addictions. We can't do that. Michael Baldwin nobody is providing us. Nobody's taking care of us. Nobody's helping us. Nobody's paying for us. That man does it on his own. Legacy Alliance truly helps people. Please. I know you guys help people. I've had so many complaints that I've put in front of the board, and they've went through because they were legit claims. They were just legit claims. So I know you guys really investigate. Please spend the money, help the programs, that really work. Thank you.
Thank you, Clifton. Next up, Vincent Hoheisel, followed by Miguel Santa Cruz.
I just wanted to speak on behalf of myself with Legacy Alliance. My family's going through a hard time right now, and they're really helping me out, and it means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Vincent. Miguel Santa Cruz, followed by Joseph Tremaine. Good morning, Miguel.
How y'all doing? So my name is Miguel Santa Cruz. I am a formerly incarcerated individual that has been with Legacy Alliance for about 3 years now. Since being with LAO, I've been placed into a home. I was previously homeless, been homeless on and off since I was about 19 years old. Legacy has not only provided me with a home, they've helped me to find work, helped me to remain sober-minded and vigilant. And overall, they've assisted me in becoming a productive member of society. I'm now off of probation and parole. I've been on probation since I was 14 years old. I'm now off. I work as a prison peer support, assisting previously incarcerated inmates to reestablish themselves back into the community, as well as corresponding with the inmates that are looking forward to coming home. Legacy Alliance outreach is definitely vital to the community, and we are committed to serving the community and helping to make this community a better and safer community in which we all live. Legacy Alliance is not just one person. We are a body that comprises of a group of people, all shapes and sizes and ethnicities that are dedicated to helping this community. And I would like to know what would cause anybody to withhold funding or break down such an organization. And I just ask that you would take, I thank you for your time and consideration, and I just ask that you would look into it and see that that not only Mike, but there's been multiple individuals here that since my father's been gone that I look up to as a father figure, that have guided me in a positive direction, that have given me not only the tools needed to know more about myself, to understand my mistakes in the past, and to also fix those mistakes and assist others in finding what it was in them that caused them to go to criminal activity, to gang lifestyle, to things of that nature that caused us to be incarcerated, and help to break those chains and to make us a productive member of society. And we just ask that you just look at us as what we are, and that's people that have made mistakes in the past but have bettered ourselves, and we continue to do so in the community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Miguel. Next up is Joseph Tremaine, followed by Rebecca Sanchez.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Joseph Trauman.
I'm sorry.
Formerly incarcerated inmate, California State Prison. In 2024, I paroled after 38 years of being incarcerated in state prison. I never thought I'd ever see the light of day again, because at one time the governor said that he was never going to let any lifers out of prison. And I'm a success story, basically. I reformed my life. I found out about Legacy Alliance a couple of years before I paroled, and they started writing letters for me for the parole board to try to help me. Some of the people that were working there were actually formerly incarcerated inmates that had reformed their lives and had gotten out and were staying in contact with me because I had become a substance use disorder counselor. I'm a registered substance use disorder counselor that's doing my intern hours. I'll be certified once I get to 2,080 hours in. I'm still working on that, but I met these guys when they were going through that program with me. And so I paroled to Modesto. I never lived in Modesto. I used to live in the top of California. I'm Native American. I lived on a reservation. I came to Modesto with the sole understanding that I knew that there were good things happening in this program, that I could further help people, which I was doing while I was incarcerated before I got out, and to help better my life. So since I've gotten out, I paroled to Legacy Alliance program. I met with Michael Baldwin in their board. They had a board for the Legacy Alliance program, and they set me up with a parole plan, and they got a hold of my parole officer and stayed in contact with him, made sure that I took drug testing. I met with my parole officer. They gave me rides. They have alcohol substance use disorder programs, drug programs, food. They had clothing closets. They had, and it wasn't just for me, it was for homeless people. You could go right through the front door and be a homeless person. They just show up all the time. They had a big, huge building, right? And at some point, one of the people that were working there got disgruntled and left the program and made some allegations against the program. Now, to this date, as far as I know, nobody's ever been arrested for anything, right? And whatever they thought about the program or individuals that worked at that program, right, I haven't seen any of that myself, right? I've been a part of this program since I paroled. Now, since then, I graduated the program. I'm alumni. Every morning, I still go down at 8:15 and stay there until 9, which I did this morning after I worked out. I went down there and I found out that we were going to come down here today and talk to you. And I'm just here to give you some insight about this program and how it's helped me. Now, I've seen it help many, many people. I've personally saved 3 lives since I've been out. Fentanyl overdoses, and I had to call 911. And it was a good thing I had Narcan at the time, right? Or else I'd be dead, right? Now, what I'd like to see happen, if it was possible, is people to reconsider what they think about this program. I mean, you just heard testimony. There are a lot of other people that go to this program, that are part of this program. They have housing, but it's kind of dwindling. And the effect that they were able to have on the community to help people has been kind of strained, because Michael Baldwin is the sole person that's really, I mean, there are other people too, but he's the founder of this program, and he's really like went out there and like had to give up his home just to keep this program going for other people, right? And so I would like you to reconsider and think about like the grants that were taken because of people that had things to say, but nothing's ever really been proven, or else people would be arrested by now. And I would like to see that you will try to see that this is a program that has a board, and that program is helping people, right? And try to help that program, because it's helping these people. And you've heard the testimony. It helped me. I have a home now. I have 2 trucks, 3 motorcycles, 2 cats. I'm doing very well. Like I volunteer I go down to the mission, have birthday parties for the homeless children in there once a month. I go to church. I volunteer to make food baskets. I do a lot of things in this community. I save 3 lives. I'm a substance use disorder counselor. I mean, it goes on, right? I wouldn't be able to do that if I wouldn't have went to the program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up is Rebecca Sanchez, followed by Christopher Villalobos.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Rebecca. My program is Legacy Alliance. I am very happy for be here and share. Legacy Alliance always help people, no matter who are you. I feel very grateful for the help. Thank you, Mike. My name is Rebecca Sanchez. I am Hispana. My first language is Spanish. I want to speak in Spanish. I don't know, it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay, if you'd
Okay.
like. Hold on one second. We're going to have Patty grab the mic.
Okay, thank you. Tengo 21 años.
I am 21 years old.
Hace 6 meses era homeless.
6 months ago, I was homeless.
No sabía qué hacer y sentía mucho miedo.
I didn't know what I was going to do. I was scared.
Me sentía en peligro.
I felt I was in harm.
No tengo familia y estoy sola en este país.
I don't have family in this country.
Dios me dio la bendición de poner a Legacy Alliance en mi camino,
God put Legacy Alliance in my pathway.
quien me regresó a la vida.
They brought me back to life.
Siendo sincera, ya no tenía fuerzas para seguir viviendo, me sentía mediocre y cada vez más perdida.
Being honest, I felt lost, without hope.
Legacy Alliance Outreach fue mi soporte desde el primer día.
Since the first day, Legacy Alliance has been my support.
Me dio amor, esperanza.
They gave me love, hope.
Me cuida y me guía para tomar buenas decisiones.
They help me in
Good choices.
Make me take good choices. Thank you.
Legacy Alliance nunca se rindió conmigo.
Legacy Alliance has never given up on me.
El programa me conoció sin hablar nada de inglés, sin entender.
The program met me without understanding or knowing any English.
Estoy luchando por salir adelante.
I am working on bettering myself.
Tengo 6 meses en el programa.
I have 6 months in this program.
Actualmente en estos 6 meses mi nivel de inglés es muy bajo, pero puedo entender y hablar en pequeñas conversaciones.
So throughout these 6 months, I have been able to speak and understand more English now, and it's all thanks to this program.
Tengo muchos sueños.
I have a lot of dreams.
Por los cuales trabajo cada día.
And that is why I work on them every day.
Actualmente tengo mi certificado de peer support in Spanish.
I have my peer support program certificate at the moment.
Estoy estudiando para mi examen estatal.
I am going to school to work on my
I love the language. Mi pasión
passion
es los lenguajes.
The languages.
Estoy estudiando inglés.
I am studying English.
Punjabi.
And
Hindi.
And Hindi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Rebecca. Next up is Christopher Villalobos, will be followed by Esther Naranjo.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias.
Buenos
My
dias.
name is Christopher Villalobos. I'm 34 years old. I'm a resident from Modesto, California. I'm part of Legacy Alliance as well. And I would like to say that I hit rock bottom in my life, and the program revived me. Like, it helped me up, you know? I didn't think I was going to get emotional up here. But it really, like, changed my life around. I was just lost in the lifestyle, the gang lifestyle mostly. And they're here, and they're part of their classes, like, just opened my eyes to the world. Like, it's not just I have to be mindful. They taught me how to be mindful for everybody. It's like, not just myself, it's the society as well. They taught me how to be part of society. And I'm grateful for that. And I would like to thank Michael Baldwin for as well too, because by him pushing for us, it's like us pushing to help the next man and us help ourselves as well. And man, what else? Like, I'm grateful for all the classes that they teach us. We have a variety of classes from anger management to NA to AA to domestic violence to criminal gangs anonymous to a sound bath. We even have a pet grooming class. Like, man, we're learning a lot of stuff there, man. Like how to be part of society, and it'll be nice if you guys were able to help out with or look into stuff, allegations that, like they were saying, that nobody was ever incarcerated, just all that blackballing, and it's not cool, you know. Don't fix what doesn't need what's not broken. So like I say, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Christopher. Very good. Esther Naranjo? And that's the last speaker card that I have. If anyone else wants to speak, please come forward after Esther.
Hi, my name is Esther Naranjo, and I'm a former employee of Legacy Alliance Outreach and a current volunteer. I wanted to yield my time to Mr. Nick Hill, if possible. And with that being said, I just want you guys to know that unfortunately funders don't actually do the work or see what's going on, but they like to take a lot of pictures and be in certain places in the community with those pictures. But if you guys actually see where the money's going, you'll see that we're doing the work.
Thank you, Esther.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nickel Hill. Thank you, Esther, for yielding your time. Anyone with legacy that's representing legacy, I'd like you to stand up, please. What you see before you are success stories. This is what success stories look like. You've got
Nick,
people that's formerly...
Could I just have you address us, please?
Yeah, you have people that were formerly incarcerated. You've got people that were homeless. You got people that were on drugs. You know, you have people with no future. You know, but right now, what's standing before you are productive citizens. Productive citizens. This was all done through Legacy Alliance Outreach. Michael Baldwin is the founder of Legacy Outreach, Legacy Alliance Outreach. I came to Legacy Alliance Outreach at the request of Michael Baldwin. I am the former two-time president of the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce. I am the former president of the Council of Black Chambers across the state of California. I stayed on the Workforce Development Program, BAC, Business Advisory Council for the California High Speed Rail, and so on. But what I'm saying today is that this parade that you see will continue to see success stories. And these are real people, you know, that have been affected positively by Legacy Alliance Outreach. Now, with Michael Baldwin, when you gave Legacy Alliance these contracts, there was no TA component that was in these contracts. There should have been a TA component in these contracts. Number one, because if you take someone that's fresh out of prison and you give them all these funding, evidently there are going to be mistakes. There were mistakes. It was nothing criminal, but there were mistakes. When I came into Legacy, before I got here, I received a phone call and told me, do not show up to Modesto. I still live in Bakersfield, California, in Kern County. I was told, do not show up to Modesto because Modesto is closing their doors. That was about a year ago. I am the CEO of Legacy Alliance Outreach. I get no pay. I receive no pay. I drive out here, you know, because I believe in this program. I believe in these people. Any board that you deal with, there should always be, I would say, a care of duty component in anything that you do, in any decisions that you make. And if you're doing these things from a care of duty standpoint, you would look at these people, you would recognize these people, you would recognize these programs, and you would also want to keep funding something that works. And let's talk about what happened with Legacy. When I came, I saw a letter from BSCC saying that due to a completed audit from the county of Stanislaus, we're canceling your grant. So I took the opportunity, I said, Mike, let's go to the county. Let's sit down with the county controller. So we did sit down with Mr. Dillon. And I asked, show me this completed audit. There was no completed audit. I came here before and I addressed this council and I said it before and I'm saying it again. There was no completed audit. When I responded to BSCC in regards to their allegation of a completed audit, they sent another letter with another reason. But when you send out correspondence to any grantee or anything else like that, it should be the truth. It should be the truth. You know, but that truth was not given to Legacy.
Finish your thought, Nick, please.
I'm sorry?
Finish your thought.
Okay. My thoughts is that it created a domino effect with all the other funders with Legacy because of this so-called completed audit. It made a domino effect with all the other funders. All the other funders took away the funding based on this completed audit that never occurred. The other thing was that
quickly,
Legacy has been damned without a hearing. There was no due process. There was no opportunity to address any issues. They were guilty without even proven guilty yet. You know, there's been an audit going on for about a year now, and we don't know what we would like to know what the end game is for this audit and everything else like that. You know, so
Thank you, Nick. I'm sorry, but you've gone past your time. I've given you extra time.
Okay.
Appreciate very much.
All right.
Thank you. All right. So anyone who hasn't wants to speak on something that is not on today's posted agenda, you can still step forward before we close the public comment period. All right. Michael.
My name is Michael Baldwin. I'd like to yield my time to Nick Hill.
Yeah, he already had his chance to speak. Go ahead, Michael. And
I just wanted to yield my time.
it doesn't work that way where you can give unlimited amounts of time. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close the public comment period, and I'm going to say we're going to stop for 5 minutes really quick for a quick bathroom break, water break, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board of Supervisors back in order, yeah. Yeah. For sure. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we close the public comment period, and we're moving on to correspondence, to consent calendar. Before we do, I just wanted to introduce former Assembly member, former State Senator Pat Johnston, who loves to come once in a while to participate and watch governance. So appreciate having you here. All right, I've had some requests for some items to comment on from the public, and so I'll go through the cards, but it's B5, B14, B18, B24, and B29. Any board member want to pull any items? So it's B5, B14, B18, B24, and B29. Any board member? Seeing none, I'll take a motion minus those. Noted.
I'll make a motion for the consent calendar with the exception of all items that you just listed. Motion approved. Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Motion carries 5-0. B5 is the first one, and we have Amber Scott would like to comment, followed by Teresa Pratt. It would always be helpful. This is approval to proclaim April 12th, Stanislaus County Public Safety Telecommunications Week in conjunction with National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Amber Scott, and I'm an Emergency Dispatcher 2 with Stanislaus Regional 911. There are moments on shift where you look up and realize how thin things really are. You're monitoring 2 radio channels that were never meant to be handled alone. You're answering questions from a trainee who is still learning. You're tracking units in the field knowing you cannot afford to miss anything. And at the same time, you already know there may not be relief coming. That's not occasional anymore, that's become routine. Right now, a single call-out can change an entire shift, and there isn't always someone available to fill that gap. Instead, shifts are extended, sometimes up to 18 hours, just to maintain the adjusted minimum staffing. To be clear, minimum staffing is 6. We have not been operating at 6. In late, responsible for more radio traffic than those channels were designed for. In July of 2024, staffing increased back to 5, where we have remained since, but 5 is still below minimum. And in practice, we are still consolidating fire channels, meaning 1 dispatcher is doing the work of 2. When voluntary overtime is filled, those channels can be separated and staffed as intended, but that coverage relied on the side letter that has now expired. Without it, those channels remain combined. At that time, we are hearing that we are fully staffed on paper, but fully staffed on paper does not reflect operational reality. Yes, we have trainees in the pipeline, but that does not represent a potential, that does represent a potential path forward. But when the number of trainees nearly equals the number of fully deployable dispatchers, that is not stability. We are realistically looking at many more months, close to a year, before those trainees can independently relieve the workload. At the same time, one of the few tools we had to bridge the gap, the side letter, was allowed to expire. Without it, staffing shortages don't go away, they are absorbed by the people already working. And as of March 27th, management has advised that they will not be performing bargaining unit work, meaning they will no longer staff radio positions or provide operational relief, such as covering a position so a dispatcher can step away to use the restroom or get food, unless there is a declared emergency or natural disaster. So the day-to-day impact of staffing shortages is not shared, it is carried by line-level staff. From the outside, things may still appear to be functioning, but the current system is not a reflection of efficiency, it is a reflection of how much strain the people inside it are absorbing to keep from failing. And that distinction matters. It looks like remaining at the console without the ability to step away. It looks like working without breaks because there is no one available to provide relief. It looks like taking on additional responsibilities to prevent a failure in coverage. That is not operational efficiency. It is sustained overextension, and that has consequences. Currently, we are training new employees while managing this workload, balancing active emergency radio traffic, multiple channels, and training responsibilities, all while working on a new computer-aided system that we are still learning. That is a high-risk environment to learn in and to maintain. That is not just a staffing issue, that is a public safety issue. Fatigue affects focus, awareness, and response time, and overtime retention. When experienced dispatchers leave because the workload is not sustainable, the system becomes more fragile, not more efficient. Make no mistake, we are committed to this work. It is our calling, but commitment should not be what holds our public safety system together. A reliable system must be sustainable for its people and the community it serves. When it's pushed beyond its limits, the impact reaches every call, every response, and every person who depends on us. I close with this. In an email dated May 22nd, 2023, it was stated, all our partner agencies know about our staffing issues and the challenges we will face throughout the summer. The Consolidated Emergency Dispatch Agency Commission is aware of our challenges. The City of Modesto, the County Board of Supervisors, and County HR are all aware. Everyone is working toward a solution, and in support of our efforts to fix the problem. That was nearly 3 years ago. We're still waiting, and respectfully, waiting is no longer a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Teresa Pratt.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Teresa Pratt. I'm a Dispatcher 3 with Stanislaus Regional 911. I'm here today because while this board prepares to recognize National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, the expiration of the side letter that helped us safely staff this center is creating a serious public safety risk. The removal of the side letter does not simply change overtime incentives. It removes one of the few instruments we had to voluntarily fill critical radio positions and maintain minimum staffing. In practical terms, this means there will now be days with no on-call coverage available. When people call out sick or staffing drops below minimums, the remaining dispatchers will be forced into 18-hour shifts to keep emergency radio channels staffed. At the same time, management has stated they are no longer permitted to assist with radio channels except during declared emergencies or disasters. We are already operating under severe strain, and I have heard it said that our center is running efficiently. On paper, perhaps it is. But I ask that you look deeper at what is creating that appearance of efficiency. What is being called efficiency is dispatchers having no lunch breaks during 12-hour shifts, eating at our consoles between calls and radio traffic, delaying restroom use because someone has to monitor the radio, and we repeatedly say yes to openers allotted 45 dispatcher positions while similar centers operate with staffing allocations closer to 60. It is not efficiency when the operation depends on exhaustion, personal sacrifice, and the goodwill of employees to compensate for chronic staffing shortages. It is dedication, it is professionalism, but dedication should never be mistaken for a staffing model. Most squads are currently operating with roughly 5 dispatchers and 1 to 2 call takers while also training 12 trainees across 4 squads. In real terms, that often means a single fire dispatcher is covering 2 fire command channels that are designed to be staffed separately, while usually simultaneously training someone. At the same time, the other dispatchers are balancing law channels and training responsibilities as well. The day before the side letter expired, callouts dropped 1 squad to 4 dispatchers. Because of that shortage, 1 dispatcher had to cover 2 law backup channels while simultaneously training 2 call taker trainees, while the fire dispatcher was separately managing 2 fire channels alone. And this is not an isolated example. Next month, under the current staffing model, I am scheduled to train 2 fire dispatch trainees at the same time while simultaneously monitoring both fire command channels by myself. That means 1 dispatcher will be responsible for active emergency radio traffic on 2 separate channels while also ensuring 2 trainees are learning correctly in a high-risk environment. This is the level of strain that is now being normalized. That is the reality behind what is being called efficiency. Fatigue at this level is not just a workforce issue, it's a public safety issue. It is also having a serious effect on morale. The sustained stress, extended shifts, lack of meaningful operational support, and expectation that employees continuously absorb shortages is causing people to question how long this can continue. When veteran dispatchers begin looking elsewhere because the workload and lack of support are no longer sustainable, the staffing crisis deepens even further. What makes this even more concerning is that these operational risks remain unresolved while labor discussions continue without meaningful progress. The reality on the floor is changing faster than the support systems are being put in place, and the burden of that delay is being carried by the dispatchers still showing up every day. The citizens of this county and every first responder who depends on us deserve better than a system that survives only because its people are willing to push themselves beyond reasonable limits. We are proud of the work we do, and we will continue showing up for this community. But recognition without action rings hollow. If this board truly values public safety telecommunicators, then that value must be reflected in decisions that support safe staffing, sustainable shifts, realistic operational support, and employee retention. When dispatch fails, every other public safety response fails with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teresa, anyone else to speak on B5? All right, and bring it back to the board. We'll take B5.
Motion to approve B5.
We have a motion? A second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to B14. B14 is the approval to enter into an agreement with EKI Environmental and Water for professional services pertaining to the hydrological support for the county's groundwater program. I have 3 speaker cards. The first one is Anthony Ratto. Be followed by Wrangler Wheeler and then Carolyn Newman.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I request that you table item 14 for 2 weeks so it can be discussed by the relevant parties, including the GSAs and member agencies. I'm under the impression that no one, or at least not all, of the STROGBA member agencies were aware of this proposal until the board agenda was published Friday, March 27th at 4:35 p.m. Wednesday, March 25th, there was a STROGBA meeting in Oakdale. Members of the public questioned the county about budgets and costs of third-party consultants they planned on hiring. At 1 hour, 19-minute exchange, county staff said on record that you, the county, were not yet aware of consultant costs. Staff elaborated as they were looking for a consultant to address the multitude of Sigma-related issues. At the 1 hour, 45-minute interval, county staff was explicitly asked about EKI being the potential consultant to work on behalf of the county for STROGBA-related matters. The response was no. The video is on the STROGBA website. When I read through the scope of work being proposed and dated by EKI, dated November of 2025 by EKI to the county, I was surprised by task number 8, Modesto Subbasin GSP implementation. That's the STROGBA. You can reference page 20 in the PDF. There are references to groundwater declines, non-district east, county's data collection, management, validate monitoring data, draft policy ordinances, resolutions, and guidance documents. At the meeting last week, there were at least 2 clear opportunities for DER staff to offer information and clarity about costs and consultants at the GSA. Those opportunities were missed. I don't understand why. EKI was contracted by a non-district east group of landowners, the Stanislaus East Mutual Water Company. They engaged EKI with the intention of poking holes or calling into question the work that Todd Groundwater, the STROGBA consultant, has done. The NDE has found itself in a very difficult position, so I understand their desire for better outcomes. EKI has already been hired within the subbasin to help facilitate an outcome by a particular group. So it seems perplexing that the county would then consider hiring that said consultant at this time. At the least, public perception is the county is looking to chase a different outcome than the STROGBA consultants and that the GSA have already concluded. Hiring a second consultant to question your first consultant doesn't make a whole lot of sense. My understanding is that the county has already been responsible and will continue to be responsible for 1/7 of the STROGBA consultant expenses and ongoing costs. I don't believe this board would consider that financially responsible. In closing, I understand the County Department of Environmental Resources and staff need help. I understand Sigma is complex. I understand the Strugba Subbasin has competing interests. But what I don't understand is why the county would not offer more clarity, detail, and information when the opportunity arises. I believe this board needs better information that has to be vetted and understood by the interested parties before signing a $1.6 million contract that us taxpayers will be paying into. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Wrangler Wheeler next, followed by Carolyn Newman. Who's got the coolest name? Wheeler does.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, guys. Hey, just to follow up on a few points that Mr. Ratto made, he did a really great job at breaking down what is kind of a complex problem, but a very interesting one that you seem to come across. Again, I'm sitting here reading this, and I just can't understand the concept of potentially paying for another look into something that you've already looked into. I understand the need to get a full picture and gather as much information as you can, but you've already placed that burden on taxpayers in which they have stepped up, and that report has been done and completed. That's how we partially got together with our GSP. We used information from previous reports that was already paid for and done. It seems that potentially there's a disconnect between board and staff. I asked that you guys give staff clearer direction. Last Wednesday, March 25th, at the Sturba meeting, and also at the WAC meeting that same morning, questions were directly asked regarding this topic, and either we were misinformed or staff had no direction on what to answer. We were clearly told that this was an ongoing interest and that there was no direct action going to be taken in any near time frame. They had no idea of any potential cost. We directly asked them what kind of a budget this report would look like. They had no information to provide us. So I was quite shocked when I look at the agenda, and here we have a $1.6 million allocation of taxpayer funds for something that we were just told is still in the works, maybe going to be pushed off till next month. So I do ask that we can delay 14B until we have time to further look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wrangler. Carolyn?
Hi. I learned a little bit just now, but I'm still going to read my notes as I prepared them for this today. I asked to have this item pulled from the consent calendar because there's the clashing information. And I'm having some questions about it that I'm hoping this board or somebody can help me understand. So according to the staff report in today's packet, the RFP for this contract was finalized in December of 2025. It was awarded to EKI, Environmental and Water, and the purpose seems to be to do further analysis on a different report that this body already approved of with a 7-0 vote. That report did a study of the whole county, but there's a few areas of concern, including the eastern areas outside of MID's governance, known as the non-district east. The original report is already in the state's hands for approval, from what I understand. So there's that. However, at the Sturba meeting on Wednesday, I was there, and for those who don't know, Sturba is like all the water and irrigation districts in the county get together, and Stanislaus County represents it as a steward for all the areas that aren't represented. At that meeting, the water manager for Stanislaus County told us that this report was either before or in the early stages of RFP, that she knows that EKI has done work advocating for the non-district east, and that EKI would not be used for this analysis. So you can see why today's insert has me confused. I guess I'm looking for your help so I can understand this. Do you know about this potential conflict with EKI and the non-district east? Does this count as a conflict? Does the GSA know about this contractor and the purposes here, including the ones that were added after the contract was awarded? Does the GSA know about the potential conflict of interest with EKI and the non-district east? Do the rules for GSA or Sturba say that they get to know about this ahead of time? Because based on the conversations that were had at the Sturgba meeting, it seems like the other districts were taking it at their word that this process hadn't even really started yet. So approving it today would really put the other jurisdictions at a loss and kind of be a shock. And I'm concerned that they haven't gotten a chance to see and understand what's happening here, especially since you're all partners together in this joint venture. And last, I'm curious that you know that non-District East has these concerns. They were overdrafting, they were pumping too much water. I'm concerned that regular citizens throughout the county are going to be paying for this area that has very special niche interests and needs for which we already have information. So I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this item, item 14? If not, I'm going to ask staff if you want to come up and take a shot. There were lots of questions to unpack.
Good morning, honorable board members, Chairman Chiesa, Council Bowes, and CEO Hayes.
I'm going to drag that mic closer to you if you can.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide clarification on our board item, requesting consideration of authorization of the agreement with EKI Environmental. We put together this way. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Apologize for that interruption. We put together some additional information yesterday in hopes of providing some clarification with respect to the hydrological services needed by the Department of Environmental Resources Groundwater program in the Groundwater division. So there's essentially two different components in the county's groundwater division that require hydrological supports. One is support of our groundwater ordinance, which includes our groundwater ordinance program and then some additional SGMA compliance support with respect to being in compliance with the GSP regulations. So this March 2026 agreement is requesting approval of services with EKI Environment and Water, and this agreement will replace an existing agreement with Trihydro Corporation that has been in effect since 2014. The other agreement is the agreement that we are still working on. We issued the RFP last month after the board approved the Modesto Subbasin Groundwater Use Management Program and provided the additional direction to hire a third-party consultant and develop the action plan to implement the Groundwater Use Management Program.
So Christy, just real quick, I just want to emphasize that. So we're talking about two separate things. One is an agreement that basically has been in place since 2014, since back to when we passed our groundwater ordinance, and it was really there. These consultants that have been on board since then. Now we've put it up for RFP again, but it has been in place since that time, and it was really there to deal with our groundwater ordinance and really our well permitting process. And back at the time, we were struggling with administerial permits versus discretionary permits, and so we brought on a consultant, and I continue to have a consultant up until today, and we just finally put it out for RFP again for another consultant to help us with this issue back then, versus what we've been talking about as stewards of the non-district east, non-district west areas. And we're looking to bring on a consultant to help us implement the GSP that has been approved by the GSA and approved by DWR.
That is pretty much correct. We sent this agreement for the groundwater program support services out last October. So that was before the work was finalized for the non-district east in the Modesto subbasin. We fully realized that EKI couldn't do the work because they wouldn't be a third-party consultant. So therefore, we put together an RAFP for a different project, which is developing the action plan for demand management implementation in the non-district east. So these are two separate issues. Sigma and GSP development and implementation, as we know, is very complex. So our groundwater program hydrological support services contract with EKI does span some additional, more specified work needed in our department with respect to developing and implementing groundwater sustainability plans across our 4 subbasins. We haven't extended it to the Turlock subbasin because that one's been up and running, but we are going to need additional support with implementing our Delta Mendota pumping reduction plan, and then additional programs that will be coming on board for the Eastern San Joaquin subbasin, and then things that come as needed.
And again, so this isn't new money being spent. This is money that we have been spending since back in 2014, contracting previously with Tri-Hydro for this work.
Correct.
And so it's not additional new money. This is money that we have planned for, budgeted for, and will continue to spend. We've just brought on, we put it out for RFP and have brought on a new vendor versus who was doing it before. Is that correct?
That's almost correct. There's an additional increase of about $185,000 because of the additional specified
Yeah, since
work.
2014, things go up.
Yeah.
I was going to wait till the end, but since we're already starting to have a
Sorry, we're
conversation.
interrupting you here.
Yeah, no, then it lines in well with the question. So I guess my biggest concern, and is there's no duplicative costs that is being, because of this service, that that all the stuff that we're doing on the other management side, there's no duplicative or redundant costs that are being incurred by the ratepayers or by county residents?
That's a good question. I'm going to move to my next slide so I can have some additional information that may help with addressing that question. So specifically with the EKI contract under the groundwater ordinance, EKI will be focusing on reviewing non-exempt well applications and supporting our division with compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and initial studies and determination support. In addition, EKI will be available to support groundwater ordinance or other ordinance and policy refinements and updates with respect to well permitting and other programs. And in addition to providing support to review very complex environmental documents and for hydrological impacts. What we're looking for EKI to help with to support our groundwater sustainability plan implementation and SGMA compliance support is more specific to general GSP development and implementation, focusing on the work that we've been completing in the Northern Delta Mendota groundwater subbasin, specifically with implementation of the pumping reduction plan and well metering, monitoring, and reporting program guidelines that were approved by the board in 2025. In addition to in the Eastern San Joaquin subbasin, the Groundwater Authority has approved work to begin with a consultant to put together the groundwater allocation framework for that subbasin. So we will need support from EKI as we move forward with implementation of that program, and then additional groundwater demand reduction programs for the out-of-district areas of that subbasin north of the Stanislaus River. EKI will be available for Modesto subbasin support as needed, but our department fully recognizes and will be very vigilant to make sure that any work is not duplicated, and that we don't have a conflict of interest. They won't be involved in contributing to the third-party technical review of the two competing studies, or with the addition, or the the initial action plan development. But EKI will be available for additional GSP implementation services, such as helping to apply for and report for grants that can support building our demand reduction portfolio and help us partner to secure maybe water transfers and those other types of efforts, supporting project planning and execution in the future.
So I think where the confusion is on January 27th, when your board approved our groundwater use monitoring plan, is where we were going to bring on that third-party consultant. And, you know, there's consultants here, there's consultants over there, and it gets confusing. And when, you know, motions get raised, particularly in the livelihoods of all of our constituents, that confusion with the contract, when you start hearing one specific name being mentioned, you know, from the non-district east, and then also from, now that we're hiring that same consultant for the overall groundwater program assistance in our management, like from what we had from Tri-Hydro. And that third party is completely independent from EKI. They're not going to have, like Christy said, any bias, and it's going to be, you know, independent. And yeah, it's.
So I have one more slide that provides some additional details about what this new request for proposal is soliciting for support for our groundwater use management program, action plan for the Modesto Subbasin Non-District Use Management Area. This consultant will be secured to complete the third-party evaluation of the groundwater use management program and the technical evaluation completed by EKI, in addition to developing of the action plan that's required. We're planning on getting our ad hoc work group to the table in later April to start working on the project, because we're projecting to bring the action plan to the board at the October 20th meeting for consideration of approval before we take it to the STRCBA GSA to approve by our deadline of November 1st, 2026. And then we will be responsible to begin implementation of that action plan January 31st, 2027.
I don't know if there's anybody else wants to have anything, but
I just want to make a comment that you see the perception, right? Everyone understands that there's a perception, and there's got to be a big wall. I know it's two separate issues, but I think that's what is getting everyone motored up, that there's the potential for someone to put their finger on the scale on the non-district east, or for the non-district east. So we have to be extremely careful if we move forward with this, that we don't allow that to cross.
Yeah, and this is a very hypersensitive issue. Obviously, we've been fighting this for probably a year, maybe 2 years now, with what's going on. And so, and there's just a lot of false accusations, and then something like this comes up, and everybody, again, accuses, it basically comes down to accusing this board of not doing the right thing, of trying to tip the scales. And I said it I wasn't able to make the GSA meeting on Wednesday afternoon, but I said it at the Water Advisory Committee meeting, that's not what we do. That's not how we do business here. We would never do that. And this is about doing the right thing. And again, I understand it's hypersensitive. Anthony, you're going to be one of the individuals who are on that ad hoc committee for the non-district east, non-district west, you know, that's going to help us pick third-party to help consultant to help us through all this stuff. So we're trying to include everybody in it that we can to be a part of this process to make this thing work. And there is no way, any intention for us to do to make this lean one direction or the other. We're just, like you said, trying to do the right thing here. And I wish just a phone call, give me a phone call when you saw this agenda item come out and we could have talked about it. I mean, I get it. I very much understand the hypersensitivity of it. And I know Manny got some phone calls maybe too. I didn't get one phone call.
No, you got one from me.
You got one from Manny, yeah. But call and say, like, what the hell is this? If that's the concern, what's going on? And we could explain it. It's still good that we get to do it here in a public setting. And I'm glad we had this opportunity to do this. But anyway, again, we are doing the right thing here, and we would always do the right thing, this board. And I'll let Manny go.
Well, just the perception issue that one of my colleagues just brought up. So we passed that motion in January of doing the kind of overseeing all the studies. Now one of those studies happens to be EKI study, right? Even that can be cause for a little bit of concern because it's their study still, even though that they're hands off. How are we looking to kind of alleviate any further concerns and creating that firewall of EKI doing this side of the work and not having any, I don't want to say any because it's already past tense, they already have because they did a study that also affects things that we're looking at based on that approval.
So part of what the consultant is going to look at is it's going to do the evaluation of the EKI study, and it's also going to do the evaluation of the STRGBA study. And they're going to formulate with the ad hoc committee the best management practice, and they're going to bring it in for your board for approval. And then once they bring it to your board for approval, then it goes back now with this to the STRGBA, and they work together to try to find the right way to implement it and work with EKI to ensure that what your direction is going to be implemented in there.
And then it was brought up about the ad hoc committee. Can you just elaborate for the public's knowledge, just to show that there's public participation from ad hoc members that will also be overseeing? So it wouldn't just be the responsibility of the board, but also an ad hoc committee and what that consists of, how many members, who's representing. I don't know if that ad hoc committee's already been put in place. I know there's been some preliminary discussions, but if we can just get a general idea of how many people are on the committee, what type of people, what type of industries, and I guess even regions will be represented across the county.
Good question. So we have formulated an ad hoc committee composed of interested stakeholders and landowners, a variety of landowners. 4 members of the non-district East volunteered at our town hall meeting that we had in late February. Since then, Mr. Rada was recommended to be appointed to participate as a representative of the non-district West, in addition to Stacy Call, City Council person for the City of Riverbank. Since we've had our latest discussions, we've received additional interest in participating and are bringing Mr. Engel to the table and responding to additional requests for participation. We also have received interest from our partner agencies who would like to attend some of the meetings to be involved, and our door is open.
So how many members are we limiting it to the amount of members, or it's just anybody that?
We haven't determined that we would be limiting it to any certain number. I don't think that the numbers are so big that we would need to consider limiting them at this time. I think it's workable.
We had a list of names of individuals who wanted to participate. As a result of that meeting, we asked them to sign up, and they did. And then we've added the Engel, Brandon Engel, and then I think there's potential for somebody else from the City of Riverbank besides Stacy that might join the committee too. So it kind of seems to be growing, which is a good thing. That's okay. We want everybody's input. So
yeah, we had a meeting with the City of Riverbank on Friday, and they are wanting to have one of their members, as well as Stacy, put on that.
Had we originally done this a while back also, like we had put together a committee for the same goal of transparency and getting everybody, all the stakeholders and the landowners involved?
Well, we had a few meetings of trying to have everyone come in the room together to find out what the overall and overarching issues are between the non-district east and the west.
But we've never asked for participation of this type in a previous ad hoc committee.
No, so we had a big, larger meeting, which we brought a lot of individuals into, and then we paired that off to put a kind of a subcommittee of that, which we met of some of the younger individuals, farmers and stuff in the area, to meet and talk about how can we make this thing work. Then the GSP was passed by all the various agencies, including us, and then from there we're asked to. Our task is to be the stewards for the non-district east, non-district west, to try to help implement what was called out in the GSP, and it is all specifically called out in the GSP, which has been approved again by this board and approved by DWR and like I said, all the members of the GSA, Sturgsma, were a part of that. And so then, as us being stewards helping implement that area, we wanted to put together individuals that could help us implement that plan and figure out ways to make that work. And so that's what this ad hoc committee is now. It's to help us as the stewards for that area. And correct me if I'm saying anything wrong here, guys. It's to help us as stewards of that area get the individuals who are part of that part of the basin to be a part of any decision making, which is to help us implement what has been passed already in the GSP. So,
well, knowing that there's not a constrictive number of members, I would encourage people that have questions, and we're getting interest to be on this ad hoc committee, and it seems like it's starting to grow a little bit more, but I know there's people that have concerns, and I would encourage, I know it's a time commitment, but if, in the spirit of making sure that you're holding the board accountable, obviously staff as well, I would encourage all the people that have those questions to look into joining the ad hoc committee. For me personally, the biggest concern that I will always bring up is if this is a duplication or redundance of expenditures. I just feel that, as county citizens, if we're doing, I know this is a we're all in this together approach, but we also don't want to be spending money inefficiently, because these are the hard-earned dollars of ratepayers, taxpayers, whether you're, for MID or OID or, I know TID has their own basin, but all the partner agencies, the cities, the tributaries, that there shouldn't be any redundancy in expenses incurred, because I think it's coming from the same source, which is the residents of Stanislaus County.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more structure on that ad hoc committee. How many meetings has occurred up to this point so far? We had a handful.
yeah, so this ad hoc committee has not met yet. We're hoping it's going to get together at the end of April. We're working on that right now. We've got a very tight.
Well, we're formalizing an ad hoc committee, but up to this point, how many have we had informally? Because there's been
We've had two.
Two, okay. And so if we can maybe weigh into Supervisor Graywall's point, a cap of how many folks are going to be a part of this committee, how often they meet, just a certain involvement of the municipalities, that'd be great, because obviously, as the two gentlemen alluded to earlier, there's a communication breakdown here, and we want to make sure that everybody of interest has a seat at the table. All the same information is being shared across the board, because again, to their point, for whatever reason, lack or better, they were unaware of certain things that are possibly taking place and being considered, and I understand that there's some overlap here, and this is obviously a hot topic. But also just pointing that out, and with some of the controversy that could arise from these types of issues, this type of item probably should not be on a consent calendar. This should probably be a discussion item, because again, this is a very sensitive issue, and it's very important to our livelihood in Stanislaus County. So just moving forward, we may want to consider this being a discussion item, just for further conversations.
And then on that ad hoc committee, we have two members from the Board of Supervisors? Yourself and Supervisor Buckhunt?
Yeah. And again, I just want to stress that these are two separate issues. What we're talking about here today would have happened regardless of what's going on with the ad hoc committee and us being the stewards. This was a contract that was going to be renewed, but goes back to 2014 that we've been incurring this part of our budget. Again, this is a totally separate item. Just happens at the end that the company that was chosen, it went through a process, an RFP, and the one that won was the CKI, which is what I understand caused the concern of individuals. But again, I encourage everyone to please reach out to us as these concerns arise, and we'll deal with them.
Okay, what's the will of the board?
I will make a motion to approve this contract.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you guys for those explanations, and hopefully that helped you guys a little bit here. We can talk some more
Stephen,
if we still have more concerns.
Did Ron
Yeah.
leave? He did, okay, because he had 2 items. Okay, so the next item is B29. I'll get back to B24. It's approval to accept the satisfactory status of the property at 859 North Kenwood Avenue. And, let's see, I had a few. Let's see, Michael Ireland had taken off, Ron McMurtry had taken off. Cabrini, Herrera. That is so wonderful of me. Okay. So I thought we did individual.
Yeah, we still haven't approved 14 and 18. 14 was what, you could wait till after this.
Yes.
Just approve.
Yeah. Really. Good afternoon. Good morning, Cabrini.
Hello. This concerns my property.
Could you pull the microphone down? Thank you. Thank you.
And now it's like right in my nose. Hello. This concerns my property of cleanup process of trimming. Hedges are trimmed. Debris on the back part of my property. I don't know if you have the pictures from. I don't have the pictures. From the last, I don't know what you call it, violation packet, I guess. I'm not sure what it's called. There's some pictures in there asking about debris in the backyard, and that has been taken down. All that's left back there is tires that need to be removed, paint cans, which I didn't know there was that many, because I didn't see them. Some big logs on the other side by Kenwood that need to be removed. But basically, doesn't look anything like what you see in the pictures. And there was a lady working with me, Marissa. It's in my other notebook. It's the wrong one. I can't seem to find that notebook. She's from Stanislaus Adult Services, and she came to help me out with getting things contained on my property. And I thought she would show up today, but I guess not. That's how it goes. And I had my friend Manuel helping me with cutting the hedges and the trees, and we did a lot of that work and disposed of it. But they all have the pictures. I don't have the pictures. To show you what's been done. Is there any way I can give you the pictures, like email them to you?
Sure you can. If you hand them over there to the clerk, do you have the pictures?
I can get them from them.
Oh. I don't think there's any need, actually. And Lane, you want to come over here?
Eleni has pictures from her? Because she was talking to them, trying to talk to Environmental Resources.
Yeah. We'll just have Lane explain where the process is, which is positive. So, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hi.
Yeah, this process we went through, last time we went to the board, we requested that we give more time for the property in order to clean up the property. We went about 20 days into that 30-day process, and there was really no improvement on the property. Through that time, we asked if APS can go out and offer any kind of services. APS went out. There was some services they can provide. They had a cleanup crew come out, spent 5 days out in the property, multiple dumpsters, and spent their cap. They have a maximum amount of money they can spend on the property. This was $12,000 they spent to clean it up. After it was cleaned up, we're about 90% or so cleaned up. There are some items left. So we're at the point right now to say that we're satisfactory to give the property owner opportunity to maintain her property from this point on. And if she can't maintain the property, then we might have to bring this back.
Yep. So there was, I know I drove by there when they were cutting the hedges, maybe in the last 10 days for sure. And I saw they much improved. So,
Yeah.
and I just want the public to
It
know.
never looked like that before in my life.
Well, but it's always about compliance. We're only looking for compliance with things, so we're willing to buy people time and effort because money doesn't grow on trees. We know that it's a hardship, but the fact that this came back, just what Lane explained, that the improvement, there's 90% improvement, which is fantastic. So.
Yeah, it's not exactly what it's supposed to be cleaned up. Obviously, the owner says we'll be cleaning up other items. Both APS and myself will keep the case open, monitor as we go along to see if there's any other assistance we can do in the future and or if we can have any other suggestions for the board.
Yeah.
And maybe we can just, I don't know. Manny controls my speaking. Yeah, I know. But, I just want to thank APS for what they did. That was Adult Protective Services.
Correct.
And we appreciate them coming out there, and that was great work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't have very much time to do what she accomplished. She was like rushed into it.
Yeah. Yeah. They went out very quick and did, like I said, 5, almost 6 days of work out there. So that's where we're at.
Good stuff.
Okay. Anything else for us, Cabrini?
No, so this completes it, or the violations stop or continue?
So the violations are essentially in abeyance right now.
Correct.
How about the financial part of it?
Yeah, we haven't issued any citations in quite a while since we've started this process up.
Since she'd been there working with me?
Before that, when we went to the NAB meeting, we stopped any kind of processes of administrative citations at that point while we're going through this negotiation.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cabrini. Peggy Silva also wants
Yes.
to speak.
So the pictures aren't necessary for you guys to see those?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I can get them for you
Thank
guys.
you.
Hello, Supervisor and all the members of the board. Thank you very much. I want to say, I'm Peggy Silva. I'm a longtime friend of Cabrina. And I want to say thank you for all that you've done and having the lady come out and help the process along. And we are friends. We try to do what we can, but we can't do everything. And I'm like almost 73. So, but thank you very much for all of that. And thank you for putting that in base. The main thing I wanted to say is, so that you understand the financial impact, is that Cabrina does not have a job. She has no way to pay a lien if, say, you should have work done and charge her for it. And that's my greatest concern, that she not have any possibility of potentially losing her property. You know, that's really, so we appreciate all that you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. No other speakers on that. I'm going to move on to the next item, then we'll take all of the items that we didn't vote on together. The last item was B24. I'm actually pulling, I wanted to comment on this. I consider this kind of a unique situation. It's a utilization of $9,500 of community development funds. They're discretionary funds that each district has. And because of the uniqueness of this, because I don't utilize this very often, only in conjunction with departments. So you may or may not know, up in LaGrange, there is a parcel, and we have the LaGrange Off-Road Park that Parks and Rec operates. There's the old schoolhouse that they operate. And then there's a parcel that is right where Yosemite Boulevard makes a 90-degree turn at the end of the main street. If you keep driving in, there is a museum, some bathrooms, and the old jail. I think it was the first jail in Stanislaus County that are maintained by our parks. We own the property. There was the LaGrange Improvement Association had originally built, not through county monies, but they had built a building that then housed the Station 35 of Stanislaus Consolidated Fire District up there for many years. I think it's been about a decade that they haven't operated it. But the LaGrange Improvement Association doesn't have any function at this point. So the building has been uninhabited except for the old fire, I believe the old fire truck, the original fire truck up in LaGrange is parked in one of the stalls. So Stanislaus Consolidated Battalion Chief Scott Burkhead contacted me. There was a fire a few years back that came pretty close to the building because it's scrub brush and it's actually Stanislaus County's property behind it. And they took a crew up there, volunteers, they cleaned everything out. And because it's on Stanislaus County's property, even though it's not being utilized currently by LGIA, I thought it was proper to maintain it. We're going to paint the building because, again, if the way it's headed, it'll probably end up as Stanislaus County's property in the future. But this is in conjunction with Stanislaus Consolidated Fire District, who have done work keeping it clean. We're also going to utilize some of the bays. Parks leaves equipment up at the old schoolhouse outdoors. Now we'll put something inside. We've also offered it up to the Sheriff's Department for any river patrols, as well as Department of Fish and Game. So I just thought, because of the uniqueness of that, I felt like I needed to explain why we're utilizing the money for that purpose. So, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, because I took 18 off. All right, so that was it. Does anyone want to speak on that item? Any questions? Yeah, either. And then item B18 that was pulled by Ron McMurtry, who I'm going to offer it up. Does anyone want to comment on this regarding the amended agreements with Oracle America for the public safety related systems? All right, seeing none, we're going to lump them all together, and we have 18, 24, and Kenwood was 29. I will entertain a motion for the three.
Motion to approve all remaining agenda items.
Second.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for keeping me organized.
There's a lot going on there.
All right, we do have one public hearing. A public hearing to consider approval of the abandonment of the portion of the United Community Center and Park in Grayson, California. Cody Nielsen, GSA, Parks Director. We have another public hearing after this, so don't run to your cars just yet.
Is it not working? It's up. Right. Oh, you're looking at
Can you,
him.
Stephen, can you see up? Oops, now it's going everywhere. Okay. Can you see it up on the TV?
There we go.
Now I can see it there.
All right.
Okay.
Hold on. It's all
Yep.
coming back. All right.
You're good. All right. Good morning, Chairman Chiesa, Supervisors, CEO Hayes, Council Bose. I'm Tara Chemley, Director of Parks and Recreation, and with me at the staff table is Cody Nelson, the Real Estate Manager with the General Services Agency.
We're here today to conduct a public hearing on the proposed abandonment of less than an acre of unimproved portion of park land at United Community Park in Grayson, and Cody will get us started.
Good morning, everybody. So I wanted to provide a brief update on the background and why we're here today. So the city of Modesto owns and operates the water system that serves the Grayson community, and the city is currently upgrading that system to improve overall performance, reliability, and long-term service capacity. As part of this improvement, the city constructed the new Grayson Well 69 and needs additional space for a drain basin, storage tank, and a water pump. To accommodate these upgrades, the city is seeking to purchase a small unimproved portion of the United Community Park located near Grayson Road and Mary Street in Grayson. If we go to the next slide, you'll see there outlined in red is the current location of Grayson Well 69. To the east is the county-owned property outlined in blue that they're going to be seeking to purchase from us. And to the west, you'll notice the United Community Center and Park. All right, so there's quite a process when it comes to the sale of parkland, so bear with me. So Government Code Section 25580 outlines the required process for selling parkland. On January 27, 2026, the Board of Supervisors took several actions to move us in the direction of complying with the parkland sale process. These actions included declaring the property as exempt surplus land, approving a purchase and sale agreement with the City of Modesto, adopting the required resolutions, directing staff to post and publish all the required notices, and then setting today's public hearing. Since the board's prior approval, county and city staff have all completed all remaining procedural steps, including executing the PSA with the city, opening escrow. Staff have published required resolutions in the Modesto Bee and posted notices in both English and Spanish throughout the park for 3 consecutive weeks. Staff from GSA, Parks and Recreation, and the City of Modesto also attended the March 12th Grayson Community Services District meeting, where we talked about planned use of the proceeds, the sale, city services, and city services to the community. The final step in the process is holding today's public hearing. I'm going to pass it back to Tara.
So the total proceeds from the sale are estimated to be a little more than $91,000 and will be deposited into the Parks and Recreation capital project budget, less the publishing costs that were estimated a little over $2,000. Staff are recommending that the remaining proceeds of approximately $89,000 be assigned for future park improvements at the United Community Park in Grayson. There are 4 staff recommendations for your consideration. Hold a public hearing to consider the abandonment of parkland property located along Mary Street in Grayson. If unanimously approved, authorize the General Services Agency Director Purchasing Agent to take all actions necessary to execute documents and close escrow in accordance with the purchase and sale agreement previously approved by the board on January 27, 2026. Approve the use of the proceeds for park improvements at the United Community Park in Grayson, and direct the auditor-controller to make the necessary budget adjustments in Parks and Recreation budget and capital project budget unit. That concludes our presentation, and staff are available to answer any questions you may have, and we request that the chair open the public hearing. Thank you.
Any questions of staff?
Just real quick, I know you had mentioned you met with the Grayson CSD. Could you just provide some of the feedback that they gave, and was it unanimously approved?
Excuse me, there was no action for them to vote on at the time, but we did go there, City of Modesto, engineering staff, Parks and Rec staff, GSA, we all went. Everybody seemed very excited that they'd be improving the water reliability to the community. They were made fully aware that this is an unimproved portion of the park. They knew that it wouldn't interrupt any services or programs, and overall very positive. I'm actually surprised that they aren't here today. They all seem to want to come down here and show their support.
Good. Happy to hear. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you. I know we've done something similar in Keys along the community center, helping improve the water. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, if there's no other comments, I'm going to open the public hearing, acknowledge we don't have any written comments, and open the public comment period. Does anyone in the audience wish to provide any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment period, bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Conn.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. Perfect. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we're going to move on to our second public hearing. It's a public hearing to consider approval of the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. And Andy Johnson will be presenting.
Good morning, Chairman Chiesa, members of the Board of Supervisors, CO Hayes, and County Council Wilkes. Appreciate this morning. Great presentation on the Grayson Community Center, but now we move to the capital improvement plan. And I have the great privilege of being with Al Valencia and Teresa Vanderveen today. Al's our Assistant Director over Capital Facilities, and Teresa is our Senior Manager and probably the long-term architect of the CIP. Those of us who were fortunate to work under Patricia Hill Thomas, we learned a saying that says, plan your work and work your plan. This is also a great partnership with Public Works, and we are here to present the fiscal year 26 through 2030 plan. Go ahead and move to the next slides, Teresa. One more. Thank you, Al. All right. So as we have come to know, the CIP is a planning tool. It is not a direct approval of any project. It identifies projects for consideration. In the past, we utilized a plan where we asked departments to try to look out for the next 20 years. And the only book in the county that I am aware of that rivals it would be in size was the budget book. And so we decided to move to a 5-year plan, and we are in year 3 of it. It lists dates that construction might start. It incorporates proposed method of financing and potential costs that we know today. What it is not the board's approval of any specific project or approval of plans and specifications or approval of any budgets. Those will come back to you in the normal tried and true process. The definition of a capital project is anything that exceeds $200,000, extends the life of the facility for more than 5 years, or alters the use of facility space. And why that is important is there are many projects that come to us that don't meet that definition that are still important. Those projects are ultimately reviewed and transferred to a different list and still taken on as capacity allows. And with that, I'll turn it over to Teresa now.
Good morning. We're going to go through the CIP process and a little bit about what the book contains for this year. The process for building this capital improvement plan didn't change from last year, but to go through it quickly, the department submits projects that they request occur during the next 5 years. Hopefully they come from a master strategic plan. They're reviewed for consistency and content and evaluated by the CIP committee made up of multiple department members. They're evaluated and scored and put in priority order, brought before senior leadership for their review, briefings if needed, and went to the Planning Commission on January 16th for general consistency review of whether it's generally consistent with the county's plan, and it was determined to be consistent with the county's general plan. The project evaluation criteria that they are scored on, the highest point value goes to those that have critical needs, whether health, safety, emergency law, or mandate. The second highest is whether it spends down building community services investment funds. This is the last year that this will be a part of the scoring criteria as those funds expire. And as well as we take into account whether they are planned for by the department. They're using external funding like grants and insurance proceeds, their impact to the county's overall budget, and their customer service level. Moving forward, we are looking at, we want to highlight several completed facilities this year. There are a total of 17 projects that were completed this year, 8 by Public Works, 9 by GSA. The GSA projects, facility projects are listed here. We've got the Bonita Pool, the top picture there at grand opening day. On the left, the classroom, new classroom for Sheriff's Ray Simon Training Center. In the middle, the new recreation area, new playground at Leroy Fitzsimmons Park. And finally, on the right, the administration building for medical and program staff out at the Public Safety Center. The CIP this year contains a total of 128 projects. 84 of those are Public Works' work on infrastructure, totaling about $900 million. Facilities of 44 at $177 million. a total of 128 projects, 1.808 billion about in this plan. The new projects this year, there are a total of 33 new projects. Public Works is bringing forward 19 of those, summarized on the left side, and GSA for facilities bringing forward 14. There are electrical vehicle charging stations, roads, bridges, the Ag Center parking lot, 2 library improvements at Salida Library, the parking lot, and a new Waterford Library. 1 major HVAC replacement at PSC, Public Safety Center West, the oldest building out there. Canine Training Center, Clerk Recorder Division is looking for expanded space for their expanded staff. Workforce Development looking to centralize their staff. Fink Road to expand shop, and 5 park improvements, the Bonita Playground, the Grange Electrical, Campground Electrical, and several others. By board priority, when we put all 128 projects in a donut, you can see that Public Works has the vast majority of the work in there on roads and bridges, and we'll hear from them shortly. And the way the rest of them fall in that donut. In the next slide, we're going to talk just about facility projects, the 44 facility projects. And you'll see that the largest portion of facility projects fall under supporting a strong and safe community at 68 million. A big chunk of that is that major HVAC replacement project that needs to happen at the Public Safety Center. The oldest facility out there, the West facility, we're earmarking about 28 million to replace the entire mechanical system out there, 10 HVAC units. They are aging, they're 30 plus years old. Also within there are the recreation yards that's ongoing right now that board has already looked at. The second biggest chunk there is delivering efficient public services, and in there we have the community centers, this facility, which is also aging, and the third biggest chunk is supporting a healthy community with HSA North Point, the 13 million for that project within that. If we moved at looking at the projects by lead department, you can see that the sheriff does have, again, a big chunk of that, and that's due to that PSC West HVAC project of 28 million and their rec yard improvement of 8 million. GSA has a big portion of that, and that's due to the community centers, Keys Community Center, which is currently under renovation, and the projects that are anticipated for this building that's aging. And then third largest would be HSA with that North Point Towers, and fourth, the probation with their courtroom that's coming up and out to bid right now, and a vocational center that they would like to put out there at 10 million. So departments are asked to anticipate where funding could come from for their projects, and the majority of the funding is, I would say, mostly from department fund balance and some external funding, whether they be grants or insurance proceeds. BCSI, that Building Community Services investment to enhance parks and to parks and libraries and to restore county facilities is the last year of that spending. We're trying to utilize public facility fees as much as possible to account for the expansion in community and the services that are needed. There is an unfunded portion of 30% that we're continuing to work on with the departments as we develop their projects with them. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave to present the Public Works portion of the CIP.
Good morning, Board. Dave Lehman, Public Works Director. For Public Works, the CIP process is really one leg of a three-legged stool, and it's part of the Regional Transportation Improvement Program, and it's also part of our FTIP, which is a Federal Transportation Improvement Program. All important that they all align. And so the art tip is prepared by our friends at Stancog just down the street. It's a 5-year program for all transportation needs within the county, including our friends at the cities, identifies regional priorities, addresses congestion, improves connectivity, and promotes sustainable transportation elements. And the FTIP is also prepared by Stancog, and it's a 4-year program of all surface transportation projects that will receive federal funding, and establishes policies, allocates funding, and supports state and regional initiatives. And the county CIP is all part of the other 2 programs. And so our major funding sources are funding not yet identified, so we're always looking for money. The Highway Bridge Program, RMRA, ARPA, and Measure L Regional and Measure L Streets and Roads, and then HBP, or the HUDA funds also are part of our funding matrix. Next slide. And so the big ones. North County Corridor is currently under construction. 7th Street Bridge, yay, we're under construction also. Faith Home Road Bridge, we're working on getting the design team kicked off on that, and that will give us a bypass around Modesto on the east side for the first time ever. We're super excited about that project. That won't be under construction until I'm off in La La Land, in retirement land, so got to leave something for the next person. Our ARPA project's about $56 million, Crow's Landing Industrial Business Park. Hills Ferry is almost done. We should be holding a ribbon cutting on that sometime in May, June. And then Crabtree, Timbell, and Kilburn Road Bridge projects. So we have about $450 million worth of construction projects going on right now. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go through the recommendations for today. We are recommending that the board conduct the scheduled public hearing to receive public comment, and input on this recommended capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2026 to 2030, and that the board approve the recommended capital improvement plan as well. With that, we open it up to your comments, questions in public.
Are there any questions, Tara or Al? Or Andy? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to acknowledge there are no public or written comments. We're going to open the public comment period. Does anyone in the audience wish to provide any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board.
I just want to say incredible work by all of our departments. A lot of these projects obviously are happening around the county, but a lot of them are in District 5. Outstanding job by everybody involved. Much appreciated. I know my constituents are thrilled about a lot of these projects. And then just for the capital improvements, I know me and Andy have spoken about Monterey Track Park, about their community building. It's not an official county building, but it's ran by the board out there. But I do think that there's a prospect out there that them possibly becoming a county building in the future with certain plans in place and a vision where that community center can be built out. And I would dare to say that it's probably the most dilapidated public building in Stanislaus County if you haven't been out to the Monterey Track Park community building. So just keep that in mind. I know me and Andy are going to keep conversing about that and the prospects there. But again, excellent job by all the departments today. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Yep. And 2 projects in District 2, the overcrossing Keys Road over the Turlock Main opened this last week, and Taylor Road overcrossing at Taylor and Quincy just opened. So I always see that. Haven't crossed them yet, but when something great like this happens, everyone on Facebook lets me know. So, all right, action?
Motion to approve.
Second. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion again carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Tara, Al. On to item 7, discussion item number 1, approval to accept a report on the pavement management system and approval of the Public Works multi-year pavement maintenance program for calendar years 26-27. Andrew and Dave will be presenting. I can just cut to the chase on this one. Not enough in District 2.
Go ahead and start. We ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right, perfect. Again, Dave Lehman, Stanislaus County Public Works Director, and with me is Deputy Director Andrew Malizia. Trader Slacker Sam Shrine is at his lunch right now that we're celebrating him. This is his last actual physical day at the county, so we wish him well in San Joaquin County. Any rate, we're here to talk about the pavement condition update and a 2-year road list. And I'm going to let Andrew take over the presentation. I'm going to run the PowerPoint.
Good afternoon, board. Andrew Malizia, Deputy Director of Public Works. What we wanted to do here today is just give an update. I don't know that we've actually done something like this or quite to this extent in the past. So we just wanted to bring to you what we've been doing over the last few years. And then a little bit of a look forward. And so what we've done is we've prepared our next 2 years of road maintenance lists that we'll be asking you to accept. And as part of that, what we're going to go through here today is first we'll give you an overview of the county's network. We'll give you then a description of some of the treatments that we may or may not use, typically the ones that we're going to use. And then we're going to go just kind of into some numbers and details here for you. So the county maintains just over 1,500 miles, centerline miles of roadways. We don't have a whole lot of multi-lane, so we tend to use centerline miles. The more centerline miles we have, that's part of the HUDA and SB1 RMRA distribution formulas at the state. So typically we are reducing in mileage through annexations. We don't add a whole lot along the way, typically new subdivisions, maybe a new development, commercial. We have 471 miles that are federally eligible roads. These are the larger roads, our principal arterials, our minor arterials, and our major collectors. These are, Clarabelle Road, Albers Road, Mitchell Road, typically the high speed or wide roads that we do have multi-lane. We also have 224 bridges. We have the second oldest average age in the state of California. We are working on getting that up through some of our replacement projects as well. But this presentation will focus solely on the pavement. So we'll just go into the roadway life cycle. As I mentioned, when it comes to new roads, typically it's a section of aggregate base and then hot mix asphalt laid on top of it. This is typically what you'll see when they're constructing new roads. And as I mentioned, we don't add a whole lot year to year. Typically, we're kind of losing mileage through annexations and other actions. There's a number of different types of treatments. We have our general maintenance, such as patching and crack sealing. And then we go into our pavement preservation level, which is sealing roadways. Typically, this is done with our county crews with a chip seal, and then we'd have an urban pavement preservation program, which are slurry seals throughout the more urbanized residential areas and our business areas. There's also methods for rehabilitation. That's where you're going to see an overlay of hot mix asphalt typically, or sometimes we'll grind it down and put a little bit back. And then finally, you have reconstruction. So these are new roads in place of the old road, just right where they were. So as I mentioned, kind of a reactive maintenance. These are our pothole, visible failures that we'll respond to as we go. This is just part of our normal kind of day-to-day action, not necessarily preventative. We're just trying to, keep the road from failing a little bit more than we want it to. As water gets into the roadway and into that base, the pavement tends to fail a lot quicker. Then we go into our preventative maintenance program, and that's really where we center a lot of our pavement action and our projects. So what we're trying to do is keep our good roads good, get our fair roads up to good. So as they get worse and worse, they just get more and more expensive to replace. And so in a typical life cycle of pavement, we're about a 20-year, 30-year life cycle. We're really trying to keep those roads in that higher kind of 70 plus rating on a scale of 100. The second we let them start dropping below 50, it just gets a little bit hard to catch up on. And so, as I mentioned, we do our chip seal programs in the rural areas. We do our slurry seal program in our residential areas. And it may seem a little counterintuitive to a lot of folks, but even when we have a new road, we really want to get to those roads within the first 5 years after a new road is paved. So you may see work being done to what looks like a perfectly good road, but that oil that's in the asphalt deteriorates over time through oxidation and the sun beating down on it. And so we really just want to protect that asset. It's like changing your oil on your car. Shown here is our slurry seal program. This is what we do annually every year. We're on a rotation program through all of our urban areas throughout the county. I think this year will be just about finished up with most of the areas. This first cycle took a little bit longer than we would have hoped due to needing to do some ADA improvements along the way. The second time around, we won't have to do some of those improvements. So we'll get back on kind of a 7-year cycle for all the urban areas. And this, again, you kind of want to do it every 5 to 7 years. This helps keep the pavement in good condition. It just kind of rejuvenates the pavement and helps protect it from further damage. And sometimes we do those in a multi-layer system as well, depending on the actual quality of the roadway too. Next up is our chip seal. This is work that our road operations group does every year. We do about 100 plus. We try to hit about 120, 130 miles most years throughout the county. They kind of rotate through in our program, and you'll see that a little bit later. This, again, similar to a slurry seal, we're just trying to seal up the road, get some of those cracks filled, try to prevent any further damage from it, and just keep those roads operating as they are. And here's a quick little video just how the operation works. It's just a oil truck spraying oil down, and then our chip spreader runs behind, dumps a bunch of rock on it, and then we'll have some rollers, which I don't think will be in the video, that follow it up and try to embed the rock into that oil. Next up is starting to get into those more expensive treatments. This is a asphalt overlay or kind of a rehabilitation. So as I mentioned, sometimes you go right over the top. You can see here we went right over the top of this road, which is Barnhart. And sometimes we'll also just grind down a little bit depending on the condition. If it's a little bit too oxidized or we want to kind of level it out a bit, we'll mill down the roadway and replace that asphalt. And this is costing right now at about $350,000 per mile for a 2-lane road in the county. And then the largest of them all is the reconstruction. And so really these are for roads that are in complete failure. They're below a 20, 10 on our scale of 100. And there's kind of two main methods that we can do this. We can either completely remove the road, off-haul the material, bring new material in, and then pave over it, just like you would a new road construction. Or we've been using a full-depth reclamation process, which is a process in which a very, very large grinder will come through and will grind up the roadway and the asphalt, the roadway asphalt and the base underneath, sometimes the native soil, and they'll actually mix in concrete or cement into it. And that will actually create a very nice hard base, strong base to put new asphalt on top. And so we don't have nearly as much, there's a little bit of off-haul, but not nearly as much. So it's a very good cost-effective program. You can drive on that ground-up material for a few days while it's kind of settling. So it helps, instead of having especially in an urban area or a busy street, having a big trough of where the road's been removed and having to detour vehicles. But again, this is closer to about $750,000 per mile of roads.
And this is where we generally do this on our heavy truck routes. Can't make it work for even collector roads, really. It's roads that get beat up by trucks.
So next we'll just go into our overall pavement health. What you see here is just a color-coded chart. I know it's very high level, but of roadways in the county, and it goes from green to yellow to orange to red in terms of the better condition to worse condition. So this pie chart here shows our current road conditions by percentage and by the PCI score there. So our overall right now as the average is a PCI of 62. This has been maintained over the last few years. We've been been able to actually just keep a kind of status quo with existing funding levels with the treatment program that we've been doing. In order to actually improve and bring that up, it would take a significant amount of investment to start getting that number back up. This year, I think it's probably important to note with 2026, with the ARPA projects, we may see a little bit of a bump because there are some of those roads being reconstructed as part of those projects with all the utilities going in. So those conditions of those roads are going to maybe bring up our average a little bit, but it is still a small percentage of our total county roadway network. And our total replacement cost here is estimated about $750 million. This is done through our system that we use called Street Saver. And, it feels like a small number to me, but this is the one that it gave me. So I had to report on it. But I realize it's a very large number, but just given the amount of roads that we have and the cost that we know, escalating costs, $750 million seems on the low end of that. So here we're showing the PCI by classification again. On the left in blue are the urban roadways, and in right are our rural roadways. On the left side here, there's this chart, and you can see how it starts to steepen over the life. The x-axis going left to right is time or life of the pavement, and the condition is on the y-axis. And so as we put in a new road, starts at 100, it gradually declines, and there's a point where it just really steepens, and it just starts going downhill really fast. And so what we're really trying to do is keep, as I mentioned earlier, keep good roads good. So we want to keep those 75s and higher really in that green area as much as we possibly can, and stop them from going into those next categories over their lifetime. This is a year-over-year kind of distribution of those, and as you can see, we've done a pretty good job of keeping those numbers from, even though some of those good roads are dropping into maybe the yellow that we haven't hit, some of those yellows are coming back up into the good range, and we're trying to keep the bottom number from increasing in any significant way. And so we've had a slight reduction over the last few years. We hope to see that continue to go down, but that 7% and that 17% is shown in orange and red there for 2025. Those are very expensive to get to. And so we found that it's just a better investment on our end to, again, really treat those yellow and green roads. But we are going through every road in the county as part of our commitment. Shown here is our 2025 to 2027 treatments. I wanted to kind of report on what we did in 2025 first, and then show you what is planned in 2026 and 2027. And I do apologize, that yellow is a little tough to see there for 2027, but the blue roads there shown are for 2026. We plan on doing about 146 miles of roadway, just under 10% of our total network. And in 2027, we have a slight reduction down to 117.2. We may be able to do a little bit more, especially if we get a little bit more federal funding as that comes in through the RSDP program. But right now, it's set at 117. And you'll see what we are generally doing is kind of rotating through the county as we go around. We would love to be able to kind of spread out and just do roads in every area every year, but we like to stay local with our stockpiles, and we just get a better cost whenever we keep those kind of project footprints a little smaller. So next year we'll be in District 1 and District 3 and 4 a little bit between our projects. In 2025, we were in District 3 in green there, in District 5, and in yellow there for 2027, we're going to be rotating down to District 5. We had previously in 2024, not shown on there, we were in District 1 and 2 significantly. So we'll just kind of keep that sort of clock-like rotation throughout the county as part of our rotation.
And we're getting close now to being done with every county road once, so for the first cycle since Measure L. And what we're left with, though, is our really expensive roads. And we're hoping that we're successful with the STANCOG call for projects for STBG, RSTP, as Andrew mentioned. And so we have some applications in Beard and elsewhere on really heavy truck routes. We need some help on reconstructs because they are so expensive. And staff is available for questions.
So everyone is afraid to talk about the gas tax conversion, and Huda, which is the main source that you receive for fixing roads. Cars are getting better gas mileage, which is fantastic. That's what they're supposed to be doing. But there's more vehicle miles traveled and there's fewer taxes. And so we've hit the tipping point where we're collecting less now in gas tax. And I know there's been a couple pushes that don't seem to gain any steam with either through a registration fee or vehicle miles traveled. But at some point, and revenue neutral, I might add, that's the key, because people hijack the conversation. They're trying to get to if we're collecting, $6 billion a year in gas tax, they want to drop the gas tax off and convert it to a registration that's worth $6 billion. But when they do the conversion, if we wait another 5 years or 8 years or 10 years, we're going to collect $4.5 billion and try and expect to cover the cost of a $6 or $7 billion need. So we need to continue to have those conversations. I know that you were doing a part of the study. I think originally
Right.
you were being tracked around the area with your Ford
Right.
F-450 or whatever it is.
And it would have actually saved me a little money. So,
Yeah.
just because diesel taxes in California are higher for everyone, even though you're running a 1-ton pickup and
Yeah.
it's not doing damage to the road. Transportation California has done polling and increased registration fee on electric vehicles is polled really well with everyone. And so that would be a likely first step in kind of trying to wean ourselves off the gas tax for transportation.
Yeah, I think most people think with most taxes that they won't go away and it's going to be an additional tax, and that was never the intent. It was to do revenue neutral, so it's not a declining revenue source that at least maintains the status quo, which again we're doing all right. I never hear positives about the road conditions, but yet the index has come up a couple of points since Measure L, so I'm very impressed with the work you're doing. Anyways, that was a comment. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Dave, on the first page of the slides, talks about the 471 miles of federal aid eligibility, and you have principal arterials and minor arterials. What are the two definitions? What is it? Just pure traffic on the roadways?
So these are federal classifications. It's called a functional classification. It was built originally, I believe, in the 70s with the federal secondary system for defense. It used to be called the FAS, I believe. And so it was just this hierarchy of roads. And really the principal arterials are we only have, I think, 8 miles total of these. And they're really limited to the urban areas. And for us, it's 9th Street, it's Golden State Boulevard, it's Salida Boulevard. So it's the old Highway 99 corridor. And then we have a small portion on Mitchell Road as well. And then I think we still have a little bit of Carpenter. That was part of that list. So yeah, it's
So it has nothing to do with traffic count, how many vehicles are on there or anything?
I think it does. There's no real definition of what, like it doesn't cross the threshold and then become one. It's just more of that kind of cascading network or that waterfall network of having your big roads and you kind of get smaller, and it's just sort of the biggest road of them all that we have. Right above that would be expressways or interstates. So as you kind of branch off those highways, you would typically hit these larger roads and then kind of just dwindle your way down as you get places. So
Thank you. I was just trying to figure out Mitchell Road, 9th Street. Yeah, we know they're busy. Gear Road, Albers, McHenry, no, they're busy too. So
Right.
I was figuring it was just on a traffic count, but it has nothing to do with that.
yeah, well, I want to say nothing to do with it. It's just there's not like a hard and fast rule on it. So we have kind of accessibility and mobility. So or kind of our balance with roadways. So mobility meaning getting from point A to point B, kind of as efficiently as possible, and accessibility meaning access to properties from those roadways.
Okay. And with all the work that's going to be done in District 1 this year, we all know that the PCI index for District 1 is lower than my colleagues here. With all the work that's being done, do we expect that PCI index to jump up a little bit?
Yeah, it'll jump up a little bit next year in District 1, but you'll also see declines in, say, District 2, where we don't actually have a lot going on in this year.
I'll let Vito worry about that.
Yeah. So, and that's just from the natural progression, and a lot of these are just estimations based off of the life of the pavement and the timing we've been doing these. We will be looking to do an actual physical inspection, field inspection of all these roadways in the next year or two as well, to just kind of make sure that what we're predicting here and what we're showing is in fact ground truth. So.
And we're asking Stancog to lead that as a requirement by the feds that we have to do a countywide, the cities and the county need to do a pavement survey. And so it's time again. And so once things moderate a little down the street, hopefully they pick that up and get us a countywide PCI, pavement condition index survey.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
No, just real quick. So Dave, you said we just about got through our first cycle of Measure L, and then it was passed in 2016, I think. So we're close. We're a little, I know we were saying every 8 years we do it, so I know we had trouble with staffing and everything like that to get things going. So it sounds like we're not that far off here. It'll take off from here.
We're pretty confident we're going to be able to do all the urban areas in the county where most of the people live. We'll get 3 cycles of that for sure. We're going to be back in slide again in
This year.
what, this year? Okay, yeah.
Parts of it. Yeah, parts of it.
Right.
We're going to finish up what we actually missed last time, and then we'll come back again probably in 28 or 29, depending on how we balance those kind of heavier roads.
Right, but then we should just redo all those neighborhoods that we've been trucking through with the urban pavement preservation. And I think that for where most of the county residents reside, we'll be able to hit it 3 times. Whether we get service 3 times, I'm not as confident. And, we're spending a lot on our really old bridge system. We've got 20 active bridge projects, and when Andrew and I started, we had 0. So it's really a balance. Our bridges are in bad shape, and, there's only so much money for roads and bridges. And so then maybe that's a future conversation, balancing the needs of bridges versus roads. So
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Good work.
Thank you. Any other questions? Chance? Why are you trying to mute him?
I just have a couple questions. Not as much about the asphalt, but more about our actual individuals laying the asphalt. Some of our road crew workers who, work tirelessly for us, and we appreciate all their hard work throughout the county. So what are our current staffing levels of our roads crew?
So we're hiring some road maintenance workers right now, and come April, we'll be fully staffed, 57, including the road superintendent, our supervisors and lead men, and all our road maintenance worker positions will be filled by the end of April. So it'll 57.
Now, if you could give me a breakdown of that 57 and categorizing them based on the supervisors versus, just the different categories and the different job titles, that would be very helpful. And how many members of a crew operate at a certain time? Like how many members per crew on a job?
I guess it depends on what they're doing. Chip seal's almost an all-hands effort. I'd say there's probably 2/3 of the roads crew are out doing chip seal. So out of 57, I would say about 40 are doing chip seal. When there's crack sealing, it might only be 6 or 8 guys. General patching, we're running 3 or 4 patch trucks a day, and that's between 2 and 4 guys, or 1 sometimes with our one-man patchers. We've got all 3 one-man patchers up and running right now, so thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. So I guess it depends, on what they're doing. Bridge crew, if they're working on some heavy maintenance on a bridge, canal bridge in the off-season, they might have 8, 12 guys out there. So it just really depends on the task, and the road superintendent and his 4 supervisors divvy up their jobs, divide the crews, and off they go. And so they'll borrow from between crews.
And there's a lot of overtime being expended with these different jobs.
We don't mind overtime, and it's really sometimes a matter of finding people who are willing to work overtime. A lot of the younger people really like their time off, and so it's a little harder than it used to be to run overtime. It used to be if the department had overtime, you had all sorts of volunteers, and now not as much as it used to be. So, and really for most county positions, our overtime winds up costing us about what our fully loaded non-overtime rate is, because the benefit's already paid for on hour 41 for the week. And so we're just paying for the time and a half at that point, and the benefits have already been paid. So it winds up costing us about the same, and we've usually got a little flex. So if there's something to be done, we can usually round up a few guys to be able to work some overtime.
Are we ever in a position of having excess revenue at all? Or no? Are we always kind of strapped and?
On Huda, I would say that we're pretty much in a balanced status quo right now, so that we're not accruing any. We did save some RMRA along the way for North County Corridor Match. Purposely didn't do projects because we needed the RMRA for the grade separation part of that project. In general, we try to spend what we've got. If you look at the Measure L reports, the county's pretty good at spending our Measure L, and so we try to do things in the year that we get the money or shortly thereafter, so I always say a project's never cheaper than building it today.
Yeah. And if there is like the RMA, there excess, it just goes back to the general fund, correct?
No.
It goes back to the.
All the road funds are constitutionally locked down by the California Constitution. So HUDA, RMRA are locked down by the state constitution, so it just sits in the road fund. And then the Measure L is protected by the measure.
And then my understanding is we used to run zones, 4 zones, correct?
Right.
And did we get away from that? And if so, why?
We're actually, so they're kicking it back off again. I know they're working on the one-man patchers rotating through 4 zones. And so they're Tracy and Bill. Bill's our road superintendent, Tracy's the assistant director of ops. And then the 4 supervisors are working on a plan to rotate the 3 one-man patchers in the 4 zones.
Yeah. And then just to circle all the way back to my original question about the different categories and the breakdown of the 57, if you could give me a dollar figure attached to each one of those individuals and also a surrounding county comparison. Because obviously, as I've spoken with you, and I believe that you have the similar interests, I would like to see our roads crew not only compete, but exceed surrounding counties as far as pay. And just obviously, that's a budgetary item, and that's something I'm going to advocate for. But I believe our roads crew is essential to our county operation. They're the boots on the ground, as we all know. And I believe that the folks on this dais were solely based and judged on our road conditions. So we obviously need to build them up as strong as we can, and if we can compete with San Joaquin and compete with Merced County, and not only compete but exceed as far as pay and trying to retain our roads crew workers, that would be my goal and my mission. So thank you so much for your presentation today.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to go out for public comment. We do not have any written comments on this item. Does anyone in the audience wish to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none? I see someone.
Board and everyone, I just want to say thank you for all that you guys are doing. It sounds very impressive. So just a word from the community here.
They're trying for sure.
Right.
And a $750 million deficit here, $750 million on the county islands, I think was about the number. So if someone drops $1 billion into our pocket, we know what we can fix.
Capital projects, $1 billion?
Yeah, capital project. Big numbers, big numbers. All right, so bring it back to the board for action.
Motion to approve.
Train it.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, moving on to the second discussion item. It's approval of the opioid settlement funds, or OSF, as they'll be known from here on. Spending plan to support the expansion of substance use disorder services and other allowable opioid abatement activities, and amend the salary and position allocation resolution to reflect related staffing impacts and other actions. Team BHRS. They're still here, they're just walking around, stretching a little bit.
You don't need to stand up for me, man. Just the behavioral health director. So, my name is Ruben Imperial. I'm the county's behavioral health director, and I'm here with Mr. Groves. He's our chief financial officer. And we are here to present on the opioid settlement funds spending plan. It's focusing on our SUD treatment and allowable abatement activities, and also includes some staffing and budget actions needed to implement the programs that we're talking about here today. So some background on the opioid settlement funds. These funds come from a national opioid litigation settlements. In 2023, the board did allocate and designate these funds initially, these initial funds to behavioral health and recovery services, and at that time directed the behavioral health director to put together an expenditure plan. Additional settlement funds have come in since May 2023. Actually, $24 million. $24 million additional dollars came in from those original funds. We're projecting for fiscal year, up until fiscal year 2038, we will receive at least $51 million. And these are pretty solid projections. Opioid settlement funds are restricted to a set of abatement activities, and this report outlines the initial, what we call phase 1 recommendations for the opioid settlement funds. I do want to share really quickly some information about opioid deaths and opioid data. In 2023, it pretty much was the highest peak of the tragedy in our community of these deaths, and we had about a little bit over, I believe, 200. That number went down in 2024 to about 173, and in 2025 it went down to 123. So the numbers are continuing to decline, going in the right direction. But just to give you some context, these numbers hovered around 89 to 90, or in the 80s and the 90s before COVID, or before this escalation. So although we are seeing a downward trend, and we're at 123 at least for last year, this is still a significant problem and still way above the pre-COVID or the pre-escalation era that we experienced in around 2019. So I think it's important also to note that with opioid settlement funds, there are also several other opportunities, whether it's Medi-Cal reforms or legislation or budget, that align with what we're doing with the opioid settlement funds. I think it's important to note that the department has what's called a drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system. It is an enhanced system of care that was implemented in 2019 here in the county. It is a lot of work. It is a very important part of our community system of care, but it is something that we do. It is distinct. Stanislaus County, there's not all counties that are what we call a DMC ODS system. So it is something that with opioid settlement funds we can definitely leverage. The other important initiative to mention is what's called California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal. It's commonly known as CalAIM. There are several, well, not several, there is many Medi-Cal reforms related to improving access to substance use treatment, sharing information and data to improve care coordination across the systems of care. And so we are, of course, monitoring, and when we're talking about OSF, we're also leveraging and taking full advantage, or intend to take full advantage of these Medi-Cal reforms. And then the third one is the Behavioral Health Services Act. One of the major changes in behavioral health regulations and law has been Prop 1, or now known as Behavioral Health Services Act. Won't go into the details of that, other than to say that what it does, it expands the available funding the department has for substance use treatment. And so with these three statewide initiatives is a foundation that we started with when started to develop these recommendations for the opioid settlement funds. There are very specific uses of these funds. They're not just, they do have some restrictions or some categories, primarily around expanding treatment facilities, improving and increasing access to treatment programs, diverting individuals away from the justice system, prevention, whether it's for youth, especially for high priority youth, overdose prevention, and then addressing any any needs within the community that we identify, or any populations that we identify that are disproportionately impacted by substance use. As we started this, and I think as we shared in the agenda item in 2023, the department looks at this as an opportunity to really invest in our substance use system of care. The overarching vision that we have worked on and are working towards is that we have a local treatment system that is easily accessible. And when we say that anyone experiencing a substance use challenge or their family members have a clear path to get help, and that help is available 24/7. Real-time screening and assessment, that folks don't wait a week to 2 weeks to get an assessment, that we create the capability to have it in real time, that treatment services are available to all. And that is a very lofty goal, of course, but we do see a pathway with opioid settlement funds where we can at least be a catalyst for that type of community system of care. And that includes not limiting our interventions, especially when it comes to OSF, to Medi-Cal beneficiaries, that we build out a community system of care that, at least in the access of behavioral health treatment and substance use treatment, that folks have a place to go. And we're excited because we do believe that these expenditures here today, or this plan here today, sets us in that direction. And then lastly, just there's comprehensive services for sustained recovery. No matter what we put in place, we want to make sure that we are clear about the level of services that are needed to realize this vision. So as we took that broader vision and started to operationalize it, and as we started to think about these phase 1 recommendations, it wanted to make it a little bit more simpler. And the goal here is that when an individual in our community is in need of substance use treatment, or a family member has a concern about a loved one, that they have someone to call, that they have someone to respond, and they have somewhere to go. It's that basic. That's what we're attempting to accomplish with our first round of recommendations. So for our phase 1 investments, we are looking at investing in prevention, treatment access, and justice system diversion. And I'm going to go through these recommendations now. So first, we have had a coalition called the Stanislaus County Opioid Safety Coalition that has been meeting for several years. It's been a group of folks that have an interest and a responsibility, and in some cases legal requirements, to address and to work towards addressing the opioid issue, the overdose issue. And they have been operating primarily through very strong collaborative partnerships and working together greatly, as we do in our community. And they have been able to make great progress and advance several initiatives that we feel have made a definite impact in our community. They have been operating at a budget around $200,000. We are recommending with OSF to invest in these prevention strategies that this coalition has advanced at least about $850,000. We believe that this will improve our prevention infrastructure, our data and surveillance capability, and then also public engagement and outreach. So here are the prevention, a little bit of a breakdown of the prevention investments. Data and surveillance, we are recommending a crime analyst position and a portion of an epidemiologist to help track overdose and trends. You may have seen over the last years, the Modesto Bee or local media starts tracking stories, or will put out a press release about a spike or a rise in overdose deaths in certain areas or certain communities. That type of real-time data capability is only made possible by the partnerships, and those partnerships have primarily been organized through collaborative agreements and collaborative work. There is definitely some advances we can make in terms of overlaying criminal justice data, crime data, along with all the epidemiological type of data that we've already been tracking. We have great partnerships with the coroner's office, and these investments definitely will increase our capability to, one, really understand and drill down to maybe different areas in communities and areas of work maybe that we may be missing. So although we have a really good partnership and collaboration around data, there are definitely some investments and some strategies that we know can improve what we're doing. And then a hallmark of just what we need to do around the opioid crisis is public awareness. We have had some opportunities in time past to invest in countywide media campaigns, events, and education. We want to expand these amounts, and these are things like movie theater ads, radio, television, social media type media campaigns, putting out the word to targeted communities about the dangers. I am still surprised, actually shocked sometimes, as I'm out in the community talking to people and we start talking about this issue, and there are still people who do not understand the dangers of this issue. I think for some of us in government and that have proximity to this type of work, we couldn't imagine people not knowing about this, but I have been surprised that I've gone out there and there are people that still just are not aware of these dangers and don't have a good understanding of what's happening in the community right now. There are some funds for community engagement, for peer voice. We have family members that we work with that go out and share their story about the tragedies that have impacted their lives. Work with promotoras, community health workers, peer voices. So there's some funds set aside for those types of activities. Overdose prevention programs, the drug disposal event that we have annually, and then we want to add a manager to our Opioid Safety Coalition. We have some staff that actually manage this coalition and this portfolio work as part of several other duties. We do feel that we need someone in our department, in our organization, and in our community that wakes up every day and this is their job, that they've got a focus on this and they're working towards building the partnerships and implementing the strategies that we're outlining in this prevention plan. Second investment that we are recommending is treatment access. And our staff did come up with a really great acronym, I think. It's Stanislaus Triage Access, Recovery, and Treatment. It's called the START program. I feel is probably one of the most innovative ideas that we have had in our community in terms of access. The goal here is to launch a centralized access and navigation hub. This is a physical location in the city of Modesto that'll be centralized. It'll provide same-day screening, assessments, and triage. Basically, someone comes in and they need help. We're going to offer to navigate them through the system, develop a warm handoff to other treatment providers. There'll be opportunities there and services there for crisis intervention to help them stabilize. The program is going to be designed where if you are in the county, you are not in the city area of Modesto, that we'll be able to transport you from a rural community, whether you're out in Patterson or Newman, Oakdale, and you want help and you can't get there yourself. We're going to be designing the program and making investments, or the needed investments in transportation to get people from these rural communities to come in and get the screening and the support that they need. Another important part of this program is including family education, consultation, and support services. One of the primary sets of feedback that we have heard from our community stakeholders is that families often are in a position for a good amount of time where they see that their loved one is starting to see negative impacts because of their substance abuse, and they have concerns. They start going in and out of jail. They start going in and out of the emergency room, and they don't have a clue on how to help them. And there's frustration, there's pain, and what they have said, it'd be really great if we can go somewhere and talk to someone and we can get coached and we can get helped on how to help our loved one. Right now, the way our systems of care are set up, if you try to walk into one of our treatment programs, they won't talk to you. We have very high standard, very specific confidentiality laws and regulations regarding what we can say in terms of a member and their family members and communication there. But we do believe we have a program idea here where if someone is coming in and they want to talk and they need some help on how to support a loved one, we believe that we can do that. And that is what we feel is our community has said is one of the key things that we need to be doing with this program. We also want to create a no wrong door entry into the system. That's what I mentioned earlier, whether it's Medi-Cal, private insurance, or you don't have any insurance. That's another key feature of this program, is that you'll be able to walk in and we're going to help you. It's not how we do it now, where it's limited to a certain Medi-Cal coverage or sometimes other criterias. We're going to be able to help folks get through the process and get them into treatment. We intend to put out a request for proposal for this program. It won't be a county-operated program, but we will have oversight. The idea is that we would start with a hub here, and to the degree that we need these extended services within rural communities beyond the transportation idea that I just shared with you, we would be doing that. Next intervention, or the next investment we're talking about, is justice system diversion. And we're making some recommendations for two reasons. One, because of a new opportunity for diversion, which is called the Prop 36 program. It was passed by voters in 2024. It reclassified certain drugs and theft misdemeanors, particularly repeat offenses, and established a new treatment mandate for diversion programs. Since the implementation of the program in early 2025, we've received over, nearly 1,000 referrals. We are recommending that we expand one of our court treatment programs that operates out of the justice system right now. It's called the Adult Drug Court Program. We're going to expand that team to help with the referrals, and primarily, though, with the screening and the assessments, and then getting them into a treatment program within BHRS. The other reason why we're expanding is because Adult Drug Court Program is actually growing itself. For many years, it had several participants at any given time throughout the year. But with all the reforms in the law, there's been now, the numbers now are hovering around 39 to 40 people in the Adult Drug Court Program. You used to have 1 or 2 graduations a year. Now it seems like they're like every month now. So that's good news. People are going through the program. So the expansion there is for to conduct the screenings, assessments, as I said. It's also going to support the new collaborative court program that we developed in partnership with the Superior Court, the District Attorney, and the Public Defender. So we've established a court in November of 2025, and what this does is this isolates and directs more of the behavioral health diversion programs in courts into one court. Hasn't done all of it, hasn't redirected all of them yet, but we are working towards that model where all of the behavioral health diversion opportunities and processes and programs are done within one court. And so the Superior Court agreed to do that. They started to do that in November 2025. So now with that additional program component within our legal system, we do need a dedicated team that's going to help coordinate that and manage those. And what they do basically is help with the assessments, the screenings, and then the progress reports, because we do need someone to return back to the court and say, these are the folks that are doing in treatment. So we intend to add to the team 1 additional new behavioral health specialist, and then reassign 2 vacant BHS positions. So those are the phase 1 investments. We will return to the board with phase 2 recommendations really soon. One of the reasons why we did not include these phase 2 programs yet is because we anticipate that the START program, we do not have the actual cost for that program. And because it is going to be uniquely designed, and we have not really had experience rolling out that type of program, for instance, no wrong door policy, payer agnostic, 24/7 crisis response on the dime. We don't have a really good cost projection model right now. So we need to go do some work to get that out to an RFP, get some bids, and then really try to understand what that looks like. And then once we know how much we're going to expand in phase 1, then we will come back right away with what we call our phase 2 core programs and services. So I'm not saying all of these will be recommended, but I will say that as part of our overall substance use treatment visioning process, that included recommendations for opioid settlement funds and other, primarily, and also Behavioral Health Services Act, The types of programs that we do need are going to be along these lines, like an alternative destination program where a law enforcement and emergency responders can drop someone off instead of sending them to the emergency room or the jail, that we would build out a program with the necessary medical support, although limited medical support, to support someone being dropped off instead of an emergency room or jail. Another important program will be our substance use disorder respite program. This is a little bit of a higher level service than your average shelter. This would be basically a program where, again, law enforcement, our outreach teams can bring someone for several days as they're working with them to get into treatment. We have a mental health respite program. We intend to replicate that model with an SUD respite. Of course, just the standard residential treatment capability, how many treatment beds. Recovery residences are these places that people are stepping down from residential treatment into a sober living environment. And then our crisis response team, we have built out our county's crisis response capabilities over the last few years. What this means is we now go out into the community and respond to mental health 911 related calls. And what we want to do is we want to better integrate substance use crisis response into the overall mental health crisis response, and then outreach and engagement. So these are all, as you'd imagine, a set of standard core services for us. What we also are going to be doing is, and what we have done starting several months ago, started just an internal process of just really reviewing our systems capability, meaning how much treatment capacity do we have, and then also the Medi-Cal regulatory framework and compliance framework. What we are particularly interested in before we go really out with this next phase is we want to make sure that we are taking full advantage as a department of all of the reforms, all the Medi-Cal reforms that have happened over the last few years. We want to make sure that our Medi-Cal policies, our Medi-Cal regs, all pointing us towards increasing access and improving treatment capabilities for us as a community, to be able to communicate and coordinate care with our justice partners and those that we need to collaborate, like our Medi-Cal managed care plans. So we are, as part of this planning process, going to be and have secured outside support, legal support, some planning support to make sure as we move forward here that we are taking full advantage of these opportunities, and the systems that we put in place are really reducing barriers, improving access to treatment, and making sure that we're collaborating to the extent that we can collaborate in terms of sharing communication, care coordination with our Medi-Cal managed care plans, with our legal system partners, with our education systems. These are all processes that are currently underway to make sure that as we invest these funds, they're invested in that type of Medi-Cal policy environment that can get us the outcomes that we want in our community. So in terms of fiscal impact, the prevention investments range about $154,000. The access to treatment, it is not determined at this time, but we will know that soon. And then the justice system diversion investments total about $403,000. So the initial phase one investments are about 1.2. Once we know the START program's cost, we will add that to those costs, and we will return to the board, of course, with any funding requests and any contracts that we need to implement the program. As far as overall fiscal impacts, as I said in the beginning of the presentation, and the county up to this date has received about $18.6 million in opioid settlement funds. That means these are funds that we have available right now to program. The department also anticipates that we are going to receive an additional $16.2 million from now until 2030. When it's all said and done by 2030, we should have about $34 million to invest in programs. What we are recommending is that we take the money that we have in currently and the money that we will receive, and we plan those out over the next 5 years. And what you see here on the slide is that if we would do that for the next 5 years, we would have on average about $8.5 million in revenue to plan for substance use treatment programs. And so as part of our Phase 1 and Phase 2 programs, what we imagine is we will be returning to the board with the plan to expend about $8.5 million in programs. That is on the revenue side. When you do a plan for behavioral health programs, you also add in Medi-Cal revenue. So in addition to the $8.5 million, we anticipate that that number will also be, and there'll be added dollars on that because of the amount of Medi-Cal we will draw down. So this is a sizable investment in substance use treatment in our community right now. Our current substance use treatment system of care budget is about $38 million. So we anticipate adding, if you look at 8.5, potentially anywhere from another $12 to $15 million in addition to the $38 plus million that we currently have budgeted for substance use treatment. I also would like to say that the Chief Executive Office and our department also recommends designating all current and future opioid settlement funds to BHRS for use in allowable abatement activities, and to report to the Board of Supervisors on updates to the settlements and expenditure plans for board approval according to state and federal policy. My last slide here is I wanted to also just be clear about the staffing impacts. So what we are approving this board agenda item here today, there will be a manager 1, a manager 1-2 block budgeted. There'll be a manager 1-2 approved, 1 block budgeted behavioral health specialist to the substance use disorder legal budget, and then these staffing changes will be implemented at the next pay period. As far as the crime analysts in the Sheriff's Department and the epidemiologists in Health Services Agency, those departments will bring forward staffing requests at some point in the future and reference this board item for the revenue stream. The last thing I would like to say before I go into staffing recommendations is that this plan is informed by several important community stakeholder process. First of all, in developing this opioid safety plan, opioid settlement funds plan, and looking at the needs in our community, we first looked to our community health assessment conducted by our public health department and all of the collaborative partners that have been working on our community health improvement plan. One of the priorities of the community health improvement plan is to improve access to behavioral health services. They do list the opioid and overdose crisis as a priority of the community health improvement plan. And in that community health improvement plan, it states that access to substance use services is challenging, that what they heard in their community stakeholder forums and through their assessment is that when trying to access substance use treatment, it's at times confusing, it's very difficult, folks don't know where to go. And so we feel that the recommendations in this opioid settlement funds plan are responsive to what our communities have said through our community health assessment, and in partnership with our community health improvement plan that we are working with Health Services Agency and 40, 50 other organizations on in improving those conditions. This plan also went to our Opioid Safety Coalition, and we did present to them pretty much the same presentation and did get their input, and their input was incorporated into our plan, and we'll also be considering other recommendations and other ideas that have come out from the Opioid Safety Coalition as well. In addition to these two partners, we've also worked very closely with our legal system partners. As I shared with you, we've been working with the courts, the public defender, and the district attorney, and building out treatment capability for folks involved in the justice system. And with the development of our collaborative court and other programs that we've been putting in place, this aligns with those community stakeholders within our justice system as well. So the staff recommendations for today are to approve the opioid settlement funds spending plan to support the expansion of substance use disorder services and other allowable opioid abatement activities, amend the salary and position allocation resolution to reflect the staffing changes described in the staffing impact section, effective the start of the first full pay period following Board of Supervisors approval, Direct the auditor controller to increase appropriations in the behavioral health and recovery services substance use disorder budget as detailed in the attached budget journal. Approve the designation of all known and future OSF to behavioral health and recovery services for use in allowable opioid abatement activities, and direct the department to report to the Board of Supervisors on an annual basis to provide an update on all known settlements and available funds. And with that, we're here for questions. I'm here with our behavioral health and recovery services leadership team, and also we have our management and coordinators from our substance use treatment system of care, and we also have our partners from HSA and Sheriff Department, I think. Yep, they're still here. All right. With that, we'll take questions.
Okay. Questions?
No questions, just comments. You want to wait till we go out to?
No, go ahead and go with your comments.
Okay. So first, Ruben, you and your team, thank you guys so much for what you're doing. I mean, this is just good stuff, and it's as good as it gets, and it's community changing. And so I just can't thank you enough for doing this. I got to do my mea culpa. I was looking at Vito during this thing. When these opioid funds first came before the board, and I think it was we had a conversation in closed session about it, whether we were wanted to be a part of this. And I was totally against it. You know, why are we going after these companies? Why are we, and I think it was probably me and Kristen Olson and.
It was a 3-2 vote not to pursue.
Yeah, not to pursue. And so that was the worst vote I ever made. It was, I'm just going to admit that, because now look at this money that we've gotten here. And Vito was all for it, and you were right. You were, who was the other one? Who was the other one who was with? I can't remember. Yeah. So anyway, it was great. It was good that we went this direction, and now these funds are here to fund all this and make this happen. You know, this is going to be community changing. I really think it is, and directing these funds towards this, towards addictions and I'm just amazed that we have this money now to do this and all these things that just seem to hit right at the right time. You know, we look at all the issues within our county, and we can probably point the majority of the funds that we spend in this county all will work their way back to some sort of addiction, whether it's drug, alcohol, and then maybe leads to mental health issues or whatever. A ton of our money, all the root of all these evils, these issues that individuals have to deal with, go back and starts with addiction. So for us to be able to now do these things and just laser focus onto it with funds that can be laser focused just on this is good stuff, and it really is going to make a difference here. So anyway, I just appreciate the leadership of you and all your staff, everybody, what you're doing, and we really are going to see a difference with this, and I thank you guys for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
It's good. I just wanted to say something, because this feels like ARPA funds, right? It's a one-time tranche of money, and I was worried about sustainability of programs. We staff up, and there's a drop-off after 4 or 5 years where we can't maintain it, but because of the ability to pull down funds, I see this as a sustainable program. So I'm always cautious when we walk into these, but this seems like one of those once, maybe not like ARPA, but once in a generation, but this seems like an opportunity that doesn't come along very often to really make a difference in our community of the Scrooge of drugs and alcohol and how they really ravage families. So I'm excited. I know you've already built out your rapid response. You know, you've got a component. You've slowly put together some things. This will be an expansion of it. I know that I've shared some concerns with you on response of, either specialists or clinicians to potentially dangerous situations. We have to work through that with our law enforcement partners just to make sure we're not exposed. But a lot of exciting things happening, and I appreciate all of the staff. I see you all out there and doing great work for us. Buck?
Ruben, to your team, thank you for the briefing prior. I know there's probably not very many questions here on the board because I think we've all gone through your briefings. Great presentation, great plan. Can't wait to vote on it.
Any other comments? Okay. Seeing no other comments, we're going to go ahead and open up the public comment period. And we do not have any written comments on this either. Does anyone in the audience wish to provide public comment on this item? Come forward. Seeing no one, we're going to bring it back to the board for action.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve all staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Team BHRS, HSA. That's all right. Okay. Move on to item 8, correspondence. Acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refer to the refer as recommended on the agenda. Are there any Board of Supervisor reports?
It's a quick report. Over the weekend, we had our 27th community cleanup in District 5 in Empire. We filled a total of 9 bins, which equal 27 tons of trash and debris. I want to thank the Empire Car Show, Love Empire, Empire Mac, Modesto Empire Little League for all the help and volunteering that day. It was a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, since we don't have a meeting April 7th, I'll go ahead and let everybody know the Oakdale rodeo season is arriving. April 11th and 12th, rodeo starts at 1:30 p.m. The parade will be on the 11th. It'll start at 9 a.m. If you need tickets, you can go to oakdalerodeo.com. Usually there are activities all week long, starting on the 6th. So if you're driving through Oakdale, I would just avoid that area because it's going to be really busy. And if you've never gone to a rodeo parade, you'll never forget it.
Okay. Fun times. It just had, on Sunday, it was the LaGrange Rodeo. I didn't make it up there. So a quick couple of things I wanted to report out on. Yesterday, I went to an event that used to be the Cesar Chavez celebration at the Red Center. Maggie Mejia puts it on, and they had changed it to Farm Worker Appreciation. Former Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra was there. Great. He came from a farm worker family. His dad was a farm worker. It was a great event, truly, and they continue to encourage us on our Farm Worker Advisory Committee, which, we were excited to stand up, but it's kind of in abeyance right now, but hopefully we can move that along. And then yesterday, I always tell department heads, if someone has a 25-year employee award and they don't want to come before the board, either they're too busy or they don't want to stand up here, be acknowledged. I'm more than willing to go out to the department head. Yesterday, I went out to SR 911, where I gave Angelica Valenzuela her 25-year pin and certificate. The amazing part, I know we had a couple of speakers today, but that has to do with negotiations. But what I saw when I was in there are people working hard. I heard 12 today, but yesterday I was told there are 14 trainees currently. So it impacts the 911 center only because the manager types have to do training, or someone on the floor has to do the training. But there's a bright future ahead. It just isn't going to be quick enough. It never is, but good things going on out there. So if there's nothing else, I'm going to move on to legislative fiscal management report. Nothing to report. So if there's nothing else for the good of the order, this meeting is adjourned at 1:06, 1:08.